All right, let's get started. And we just got to keep an eye on the clock because we're doing these on Zoom. So there's another another committee meeting that is scheduled to be at 7:30. We probably need to wrap up around 7:15 at the latest because people start calling in via Zoom for the new committee meeting. So those of you who I have not met, my name is Ed Peterman. I'm the town manager. I'm going to be the liaison for every every committee that we have. There's always some person from staff that serves as the liaison. We also have Mike Mesa, who's our building official, and Lourdes Rodriguez, who's also from the building department. They will serve as SMEs to provide any information, answer questions, whatever is necessary. So the first thing I'm going to do is, eventually tonight, one of the things on the agenda is for you to select your own chairperson, vice chair, and secretary. But I'll just kind of get the meeting going, and then I'll turn it over to you after you guys have selected your own committee. So I just want to do a roll call, and then we'll get started. Which Germán Curé.
Present.
Carlos Fernández Guzmán. Luis Senra.
Present.
Eric Trias.
Present.
And Ricardo Gonzalez. All right. Even though it's not here on the agenda, since this is a brand new committee, I thought it would be beneficial for those of you on the committee, for each of you, real quick, to just go around and give a 2-second bio and introduce yourself and anything you want your colleagues on the committee to know about you. So, Mang, if you want to start.
Me? Okay. Germán Curé, I'm the Manager of Strategic Planning, Performance and Innovation for the town of Miami Lakes. Been here with the town 4 years. Before that, I had over 20 years of experience in different roles and organizations, from aviation, aerospace, environmental, fenestration, telecommunications, equipment manufacturing. My background, I'm a mechanical engineering, PE by the state of Florida since 2006. I have an MBA from FIU, major in finance. I'm a certified Lean Six Sigma from FIU, certified strategic planning from FIU as well, certified in strategic planning for government from the Performance Institute in Washington, D.C., and ITL-IL, which is IT Infrastructure Library, and I hold some certificates from the Incident Command from FEMA. That's me. Yeah, that's all right.
So I have to follow that up. So name is Eric Trillis, president and owner of Trillis Consulting Engineers. I'm a licensed professional engineer in 22 different states now. We're working on getting on 30. At the end of the day, it's going to end up being 34 states that I'll be licensed in. So Trillis Consulting Engineers, what we do is we specialize in design and forensics are the two main things we do. We design structural systems, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. And the bulk of the work actually that we do is forensics. We do a lot of storm damage evaluations across the nation. So we've done easily over 1,000 cases in storm damage, hurricanes, snow, hail, all that good stuff. I've also done design work, structural design work on everything from single family homes all the way up to 63-story building in downtown Miami. I've done also big, vast, widespread, large apartment complexes, like 458 units is what I'm working on right now. And in Asheville. So that's an 8-story building, 460 units is what it's going to end up being. So, wide range of things that we do. Organization we are now up to 15 employees, of which 10 of them are engineers or working their way to get licensed to be engineers. Reason why I joined it, we have a vast experience in dealing with many different municipalities, both local here in the state of Florida, everywhere from here in Miami to Monroe County, all the way up to the Panhandle. Work with a lot of guys in Tennessee, in North Carolina, Mississippi, Texas. So I've experienced quite a bit in working with a bunch of different municipalities, and I think I could bring some good experience to this committee.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Carlos Fernandez Guzman. I'm President and CEO of Pacific National Bank. My expertise is in fixing operations, businesses, whether financial institutions, technology companies, and other types of companies. So, pleasure being here. Mine is short.
Louis Senra. I'm the Vice President for A&F Group. A&F Group is a general contractor in South Florida. We've been in business for over 40-some years. I've been a part of A&F for over 19 years. My background, I'm a civil engineer, graduated from FIU back in 2003. I run the pre-construction department, but I've been in all facets of construction. Our company, we build multifamily in the area. We build healthcare, so we've actually built hospitals from the ground up. We built the Joe DiMaggio Children's Hospital, which I was a senior project manager and pretty much managed that project on my own. I've been doing a lot of multifamily lately. I have a couple of projects, hopefully, with the Graham companies coming here in the town. I'm also a resident of Miami Lakes. I've been a resident of Miami Lakes for 10 years. And before that, another 4 years, so total residency of 14 years in Miami Lakes. I look forward to accomplishing the goal that is hopefully and task that's at hand, and try to see if we can come to some sort of agreement or help with any issues that the committee has brought upon. So appreciate y'all and look forward to working with one of them.
My name is Ricardo Gonzalez, better known as Rick Gonzalez. Ricardo Gonzalez, everybody knows me by Rick. My experience is with the fire department. What I've done all my life is, for 38 years, is plans review. I review construction plans for life safety. I did 20 years with the city of Hialeah. At that time, I did not only plans review, but I did code compliance, and I did the arson investigation. I have a degree in fire science. I later went on to Miami-Dade County as a plans examiner, and I'm currently back in Hialeah as a part-time plans examiner. I've been there for 4 years. I'm also a real estate broker, and like everyone says, I'm ready to participate and help out in whatever we can do. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Rodriguez is the one who brought the item to the council for consideration. So, and the resolution that was introduced, he was the sponsor of. So I think it would be beneficial for him to, introduce his objectives, his goals, and those of the council, so you have a better understanding of exactly what is the expectations or the deliverables may be out of this committee.
Thank you. Hello? You guys hear me? All right. Thank you, guys. So I know or have spoken to most of you on here. The goal of this committee, as I set it out, is to bridge the gap between the building department and the residents and contractors and architects of the town of Miami Lakes. We have an exemplary group of employees in this town, and I think that we can only do them better by assisting them and trying to find a way where we can synergize the dynamic between contractors and engineers and the building department, and make sure that, since those are, the building department is the department in the town that deals with residents the most. So what we can't have is a situation where a resident comes in and their experience is soured by an experience that they had in the building department. And I know that the building department goes above and beyond in trying to get things fixed. But the purpose of this is to maybe look at some of the policies and procedures that other municipalities, and some of you have seen in other municipalities, that we can maybe bring in here and improve what we have right now. Because the idea is to make sure that we are the top-notch municipality in the county. So that's the goal. What I'm looking for is for you guys to give us the recommendations. And once we get recommendations from this body, we'll take them to the council. The council will review them, and then we'll hopefully make recommendations to staff and to the building department, and see if we can, keep improving day by day.
All right, one thing I'm not used to being a liaison or running these meetings, so I skipped one thing, which was public comments. So if anybody from the public has any comments, Marta? No, you're the only public, but I think we may have somebody online, or at least one person online.
Esperanza Reynolds for public comments.
Go ahead.
Do I need to give my address now?
Yes, your name and address, and then go ahead with your comment.
Thank you. Esperanza Reynolds, 8465 Mentiez Terrace. As a property owner with over 40 years residing in Miami Lakes, the building department has provided guidance in several projects. During the last year, at the Homeowners Association level, we have worked with Mike Mesa and find them to be cooperative, supported, highly professional, and always ready to provide excellence in customer service, which does not mean to say yes to our projects, but a willingness to explain to us why some things are not permitted. We benefit from the expertise of highly capable staff. As property owners and homeowners association, we hope that this group accomplishes a detailed flow chart to be displayed at the entrance of the building department that is distributed to the community. Because what happens to most of us is that we get lost in the nightmare of trying to guide the vendors, the the construction crew, this, that, whatever, through something that we're not sure what's happening. So if there was a flow chart that would say, here's step 1, step 2, step 3, I think that would go a long prevent any issues between the building department and all of the other customers. So in other words, we have achieved with your group there. Now, I read the background on all of you, an end-to-end view to the building department from the preliminary review through the final approval and beyond by incorporating the fire aspects and safety and protection. Really well done. So we look forward to your efforts. We are very interested in this, and listening that many of you graduated from FIU makes me very happy because I also graduated from FIU. I'm impressed. So good luck and make us proud. Thank you.
Thank you, Esperanza. Anybody else for public comments?
That's the only public comment virtually.
Okay, public comments are closed. What you have before you a packet that's stapled, and in that packet there should be committee rules. You would be, even though you're not a standing committee, you're an ad hoc committee that has a sunset, but we have committee rules that all the committees have to, abide by. You also have the resolution that Council Member Rodriguez sponsored and was passed by the council. And then you also should have information that the attorney is going to provide you on sunshine law. These are public meetings. There are certain things that you can and cannot do with regard to discussion or interaction between you outside of these meetings. They're public meetings. And Lorenzo, do you have the information on the? Yeah, go through the rules, please.
All right, good evening. Lorenzo Cobier, your Deputy Town Attorney. So as the Town Manager explained, this is a committee of the council. It was created with a time certain for you to meet and for you to sunset. Notwithstanding, this is a public meeting. It's open to the public. The public has a right to access. The public has a right to give their comments to you. The public has a right to be here and be present. And that's why you heard public comments, and that's why you have members of the public here. That being said, one of the most important, there's two laws that really govern what you do here primarily. One is 119, and that's really public records. Everything that is distributed here, the meetings and a transcript of this meeting, is all subject to public records law. What that means is that it's recorded, and if somebody requests a copy of it, a copy has to be provided. So if you wish to distribute anything, if you have any materials that you wish to discuss at the beginning of the meeting, the best thing is to communicate it directly to Mr. Peterman, and he can go ahead and make sure that he retains a copy and he gives it to the clerk, and that one is circulated to all of you. That being said, that dovetails into the next part, which is 286, and that statute deals with sunshine. All these meetings are governed by sunshine, which means that all your discussions have to be out here in the open where everybody can hear them. So if you, especially this goes to the residents, you see each other at Publix, and you're in the dairy aisle, and you have a thought about something that you want to discuss here, that's not the time to discuss it, because that would be breaching sunshine. You're having the conversation on something that you're going to be discussing related to your commission, which is this committee, outside of the public view. And that's what that tries to avoid. So you can't do that. Save your comment to when you're here, and that you guys can have that conversation all together. And those are the two most important rules, believe it or not, that govern what you do here. I'm just going to briefly go through the committee rules just to make you aware. Sunset provision, as you know, this committee will sunset after 3 meetings, I think it is, more or less. I mean, it's not after 3 meetings. You have to complete this, I believe, by August. Correct, Councilman? By August. So if you need to have multiple meetings, you can have multiple meetings, as many as you'd like. One thing that you're going to have to do today, and you should, is at least elect one of you to be the chair. So that be the person who chairs the meetings. That person will go ahead and create kind of an agenda and work with Ed, Mr. Peterman, to create that agenda and the items that you wish to discuss. Okay. You have other items here that discuss regular meetings, special meetings, chairperson's meetings. Since this is a committee that's going to last for a few months, really I don't want to spend too much time on those, because I don't think that those are really pertinent. Subcommittee, Section 6, if you feel, and as a committee, that there's some items that you wish to beat up a little bit more and have a little bit more discussion on, you could create a subcommittee and just meet outside here just to beat up that one particular item and discuss it amongst yourselves. Again, this is 3 months, so you might, and it's a small committee, so you might just want to meet it here all together. Quorum. The most important, before you can have a meeting, and a meeting where you can take action on, you have to have quorum, which means that a majority, okay, so 50% of the members. How many members are elected to this board? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. All right, so we've got 5. So that means at all times 3 have to be present. If 3 of you are present, you've got quorum, go ahead and start the meeting. If you don't have that, you really can't have a meeting. So you're a small group, so it's important that all of you work together as a unit and you're here present to make this committee work. Voting, all of you are entitled to 1 vote. Attendance, you have to be physically present. So you got to be here physically at any of the meetings that you guys schedule. Appointments, vacancies, or resignations. I'm not going to go over that. That really doesn't. Qualification, you're all qualified, so I'm going to skip that. I'm going to skip over term of office. I'm going to skip over membership limitations. I'm on page 13 if any of you are following. Compensation. If any of you were promised a salary for being here, I'm sorry, but not going to happen. Oath. All of you have taken your oath, right? Yeah, you've all sworn? Good. Don't swear, but swear. Applicability of Florida law and committee rules. So I've already discussed the Florida laws that do apply to you and committee rules. This is a committee, and I just want to touch upon this, where there's certain, because you're dealing, and I think Mr. Peterman's going to go into that a little bit more, but since you are dealing with an area and an office that is, it's heavily regulated and also has a certain discretion in Florida law. There's certain things that you guys can present and suggest, and there's others that you cannot based on some of the discretion that the building official has. So those laws may come from time to time. I'll make myself present at any of and all of your meetings, just in case there's something in particular you want me to research or something in particular you want me to look into. Make myself available to do that for you. Financial disclosure requirements, you don't have that. Officers and elections, again, you do need to select a chair. You should select a secretary. You can also select a vice chair, but I think the most important thing for the purposes of this committee is that you elect a chair and a secretary, and then someone else to be a vice chair in case that chair is not available. The chair's responsibility is basically run the meeting, run the chair, take the votes. All these meetings are run by Robert's Rules of Order, which is parliamentary procedure. You guys are a pretty small group. You have a motion that you want to make, have a motion, have someone second it, have some discussion on it, vote on it, and move on forward from there. I mean, it's pretty basic. You run into problems, we'll go through it. You guys will be able to handle it. You all seem like very smart individuals. Duties of the secretary is to take notes and take minutes. Those minutes, once you're done with the meeting, just hand them over to Mr. Peterman, and he can make sure that they are given to the clerk and then passed on to all of you. If any of you have a question, and going back to Sunshine too, about something that you want to add to the agenda, you need to communicate that with Mr. Peterman. Don't communicate it to all of you. The minute that you have a communication where you're asking, hey, look, I want to discuss use of email, and you email that to everyone, that's a sunshine violation because you're already discussing something that you're going to come back to the committee on and giving kind of your opinion on it. So avoid doing that. Any and all communication that you have it directly with the manager. The manager can then communicate with all of you appropriately. Okay? Duties of the town committee liaison, that's the duty of the town committee liaison, to be the liaison between you and the town and staff members and all of you in helping you create that agenda. Budget requests and financial controls really don't pertain too much to you. Town's use of name and trademarks and use of committee shirt, I'm not going to spend too much time on that. If you have any questions for me, I went through it quickly because I know that your time is precious and you guys want to get to the business at hand. And I just wanted to make emphasis on those two, really are the two big ones, your public records and especially your sunshine, because that's a little quirky. The fact that you can't talk about this outside, you can't call each other. Unfortunately, that's not something that's available to you. If you have any questions, anything you want to discuss, always go through the manager. And I'll come back shortly and give you one of my business cards too. If there's a legal issue, something you want me to research, something you want me to look more into, I'm more than happy to do that for you. I'll give you my card as well.
Thank you.
All right, just, I want to touch one thing, the council member alluded to it, and the attorney also alluded to it, but if you turn in the packet that we gave you that's stapled, it's page 5 of the packet, and the top item on that page, it talks about committee's purpose. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention so you got in black and white what the purpose of the committee is. I also provided for you, for reference, the state statute that governs building officials and building decisions and so forth. There's, and like Lorenzo mentioned earlier, it's a really delicate area as far as what we can and cannot say. And even me, as the town manager, even the elected officials, the things we cannot direct people in the building department, the building official, and those who work for him to approve or not approve things, to interpret the building code like this or like that. We cannot interfere in that way. So I provided this for you. So I guess you have a lot of homework to do, I guess, for lack of a better term, reading. And the committee purpose, as stated in the resolution, shall meet to discuss, obtain input from the town's building official, and provide constructive ideas, if any, to improve the building department processes and workflow systems. And that's, I guess, that's your mission as the town council would like for you to address. So the next thing on our agenda deals with elections. So right now you only have 5. There's 2 council members that have not appointed a member to this committee. So there could, between now and the next time you meet, as long as it's after June the 8th, there could very well be 2 more people added to this committee. They just haven't appointed them. It could stay with 5. Maybe they choose not to appoint, but you may very well have 2 more people. But in the meantime, what you need to do is you could have an election for chair. You need to designate a chairperson, a vice chair, and then the secretary. And the secretary is not overwhelming work. It's just minutes. It's not verbatim minutes. It's just, hey, they made a motion like this, so-and-so. It's very simple, abbreviated minutes, and I can help you with that. So I guess the floor is open to select anybody who wants to throw their name in the hat for chair or make a motion.
I want to make a motion to nominate Eric as chair.
Okay.
I second that.
And just remember, make sure you turn the mic on every time, because if you don't, they're not going to hear you. It's not going to be recorded. That's another thing of living in the public domain. So there's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
None.
Okay. All those in favor?
Well, he needs to accept.
Huh?
He needs to accept.
You said as chair, correct?
As chair.
I accept it.
Are there any other nominations for chair? Any other motions for nomination for chair? All right. All those then I guess by acclamation, you got it. You win. There's no vote has to take place. So you're the chairperson.
You can do it if you want, so we can get used to it.
Huh?
If you want to actually do the ayes.
Okay. All those in favor of Eric for chairperson, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right. Vice chair. You could elect, as Lorenzo said, it's not really that you have to have it or not have it. Really, what the vice chair's role is, if Eric can't make a certain meeting, then the vice chair would fill in as the chairperson of that meeting and, control the gavel and run the meeting. So if anybody has a motion for vice chair? All right. Then we'll move on. Secretary. Anybody has a motion to nominate somebody as secretary? Don't everybody jump in all at once.
Who wants to be secretary?
I motion to have Louis Senza be the secretary.
Okay. Is there a second to that nomination?
Is there a handwriting requirement?
No.
Second. You have a second.
Okay. Any other nominations for secretary? All right. All those in favor of Louis Senra for secretary, say aye.
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 Opposed? All right, you got it. So now I'm going to turn the meeting over to the newly elected chairperson, and you have your agenda and you can follow down from that.
If I may something, since I'm the technology guy as well here in the town, this is recorded, so, Secretariat, we can go back anytime that we want. They are live stream all the meetings, so Facebook, YouTube, and the town website, you can see the meetings. So right now, this meeting is being live streamed.
Alrighty, so next on the agenda is item number 7, committee goals. And so I think we discussed the committee goals. Is there anything specific that we want to discuss as far as any goals that we have at hand at this time?
I guess it's how to increase the workflow in the building department. That's what we're looking for. Any ideas that we have in contributing to that?
So regarding workflows, I guess we could dive a little bit deeper into that, and because the building department has a lot of different avenues that you got to go through it. So I guess we would have to split up workflows and try to dive deeper into how workflows would work out and how different projects
And,
would pan out. And then there's two aspects to it. You've got the plan review aspect of it, and then you got the inspections aspect of it. So any comments regarding how we want to split that up and how we want to research it and how we're going to...
I'd like to ask more importantly what the purpose of analyzing workflows from non-experts is for a department that has to function within a curriculum and a framework of expertise. I believe that this committee and this group is here to find efficiencies going forward in the interaction of that department with the public in responding to the commission's expectations as to its productivity. So I would assume that workflows are not as important as understanding the throughput, the level of volumes, what exactly are the parameters for each request and what requests can be offloaded in a more efficient fashion without getting into the weeds. Because as a non-expert, fellas, I am not interested in trying to revise or provide any sort of suggestion on the revision of how the department works with respect to their expertise level. I am interested in providing expertise with respect to how it interacts with the end customer, with its internal customers, and the turnaround times associated and efficiencies associated with that type of activity. I think I would like, if we can frame that work, it would be better, and we would waste a lot less time and focus on the things we need to.
If I may. I just prepared a little bit of something for us to consider. Based on the broad statement that we have here to improve processes, find ways to make this better. There are several ways that we can kind of tackle this problem. One, if we know exactly and particular area or areas or processes that we would like to fix that we know of, then we probably dive into it right away. That's one. You can call it different ways, Kaizen events, Gemba, for those who knows a little bit about the Lean Six Sigma. We can audit a particular process, so you can go in there and see the actual work being performed. You can interview the staff. You can gather some information, some data, and then see the opportunities to improve. The other approach, which is a little bit going to the weeds, which is probably the one that I see the most when we have a broad statement like this one. And it's going in a very systematic way, but has a trade-off. You have to spend a lot of time on it. So if we have the time to do it. I searched a little bit, and it was kind of interesting to see that we're not the only city going through this. I just searched really quick, and I found several cities that are going through this similar process. One in particular is the city of Norman in Oklahoma. And they exactly going through the same process with the building department. They have with the committee, it was part of the strategic plan, trying to improve their process. They have this big company consultant going into the city, and they follow steps that are very common in the methodology of Lean Six Sigma. And I'm just gonna highlight, there is just 8 steps. Number 1, analyze your current operation, which is probably something that will be great to do. It's just probably a quick interview with leaders of the different areas in the town that deals with the building department. Some of the key accomplishments or key outputs that we want to get from something like this: learn the structure, learn the culture, understand the strengths and weaknesses of certain areas. Then you jump into step 2, which is the process map, and that's when you go into details. Process maps, flow chart, you have different names for it. You can go very high level. One of those is called SIPOC. You can go in super, very detailed level. And again, there is a trade-off. For me, this is one of the best tools that I come across. Very simple. Everybody knows how to probably make a process flow, a flow diagram. You will discover broken steps, things that are missing, disconnection between one department and another. You will discover inefficiencies such as waiting time, motion time, one paper going to another department, just waiting to someone to take it. So you will discover many things when you go to a process like this. The third step, and this is also very important, obtain feedback from stakeholders. For example, large developers, architects, experienced residential developers. And you're trying to learn the experience that they have from the town. I know probably you deal with the town in projects or something, but it would be ideal to have some interviews with other customers of the town, so we can get what experience they have. We have a feedback, we have more data to see, okay, what's going on. Then compare your performance with other cities, other municipalities, how they do this, how they track the way they perform their work, so we can learn from them, what is working or not. And then we just summarize, what we found, and then propose ways to improve this. Again, this is what I call very systematic way of approaching, but the trade-off is that it takes time. I'm not gonna lie, you can spend weeks probably going to one single process to make sure that you have all the data. So again, if we know exactly what we want, we can dive into it, or we can try to nail down several processes in a very detailed way and find ways to improve the processes of this building department.
I have a question, actually. Does the town have any current data on complaints? Is there a system that someone uses, or I don't know, online, if it's on the website, that people actually type in complaints, whether it's anonymous, just something current? Because I think those are great suggestions, but the town attorney basically said this is going to sunset, so our goal is going to be 2 or 3 months to do this. It's going to take 2 to 3 months to do step 1.
Probably, yes.
So
yes.
We're going to waste our time, is my point.
Yeah.
So we kind of speed up the process and kind of expedite it by getting some current data. What are the issues that the current, whether they're developers, the customers, right, the contractors, the residents, what are the issues that they're complaining about now? Somehow we can look at those and come up with 4 or 5 key issues, and maybe address those 5 key issues within 3 months of time. If we're going to sit there and take every complaint and try to fix this building department, whether it's broken or not, we're not going to have time to do that.
Yeah, I
It's
think
gonna be
that's
impossible.
the prioritize is what is key. That's what I say. We know exactly which area we want to tackle. Maybe we can tackle that one very well. I also oversee the performance metrics of the town. We have a good performance metric. I don't want to say that we don't track complaints. That part I don't know. I will have to rely on building to ask that question. We track, how many permits we pull per year, this and that. But complaints, that's very important. If we have that data,
So the elements of analysis are really process, time that it takes to do the process, and number of units in the process.
yeah.
It's really quite simple. So the real volume data is what's necessary at this point. I agree with the complaint section because it gives you a sense of where the urgency lies from the standpoint of a stakeholder or the customer. But it's not necessarily the way it reflects the performance of the department. So you can't go totally by that
I agree.
parameter or benchmark. I think what's important very quickly is for us to get an understanding is by type of request, how many do you receive on an annual basis or monthly basis? What level of commitment from the department and time is required for each one of those in the process? So from the time that process is received to the time it's turned as a completed item, how long does it normally take? And then to start to get a sense for that level of throughput and capacity and where the snags are, we can go from there. But if you combine your suggestion with the volume analysis and you start to essentially determine what can be pushed off to a more efficient methodology, perhaps automated versus a process that involves a higher level of human interaction, you can start to do all of the things that the gentleman so well articulated in a much quicker and in a much more viable fashion given the time frame. Because I'll tell you, trying to do your level of analysis, as much as I would love to devote the time,
I know.
you would need to pay me a salary.
Oh, yeah.
Bigger than you can afford.
Well, the one he referenced
Phenomenal,
is brought in a private company and paid
Yes,
a private company.
that's what private
So
companies usually do.
that's a very detailed analysis, but I think I like the idea of
Yeah.
combining the complaints with the metrics of measuring metrics. So it sounds like you track.
Yeah.
And then if we have some kind of data as far as what the current process is, step by step of what you guys use as a current process, because then what we can do at the same time as we're evaluating complaints, we're evaluating how quickly things come in and out in different areas, we can also take a look at what your current processes are, and based off our experience of working for many years, many different municipalities, we could also provide some guidance on to how to tweak certain things to make them better, or if things are working perfectly fine based off the matrix and the complaints and we see that that area is not being an issue, we could then provide guidance saying, I think we should leave that the way it is, it's working fine.
Right.
Are most of the complaints time elements?
Well, and here's the thing, it depends on what you consider or how do you categorize a complaint. So I would venture to say, and Mike, you probably head off probably issues, I would call them issues more so than the complaints, right? Because somebody believes that something's not happening, fast enough or correctly, and then see either somehow it gets to Mike, it's resolved. If there is some, whether it's an explanation and now the person understands why something is happening the way it's happening, or if it comes to me, or many times the issues come in through one of the elected officials, right? So they say, hey, so-and-so called me, they're having a problem with this permit or that, the inspection or what have you, and then I turn it over to Mike, and 99 times out of 100, maybe 100 times out of 100, it's resolved. Whether it means that Mike ends up having to have a conversation with the homeowner or the homeowner's contractor, the homeowner's professional like a PE or an architect, and then it's enlightened. But what I have found, and I don't want to seem like I'm a homer on this, but what I have found is that many times there's a disconnect between the professionals, whether it's a contractor that isn't really being upfront completely with their client, who's the homeowner, and then the easy target or the go-to target is, they're not approving my permit. And then when I have done, and I've been here now almost 2.5 years, and when I have done my research because I have access to the same system that the building department has. It's called Track It. It's an automated, it's the whole process for processing permits and applications and everything. And before I even call Mike, almost every single time, I just check in because now at the beginning I had to, somebody had to babysit me with that program. Now I'm a little technologically
So
smarter.
what software are you using? Track It?
Track It.
Perfect.
Right.
That's good. Excellent.
So that program, I usually go in and I'll see, right? And you can see when somebody has submitted an application for a permit, let's say like Eric was saying, on the plans review side, right? So an application for a permit. So you see, and then there's first submittal and it was denied for some reason, and they usually have notes there, hey, we need this, 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 or that. Then on the second submittal, they resubmit and they're denied again. And somebody on the outside, whether it's the architect or the homeowner, somebody's upset now, right? Because, hey, why did we get denied again? And then you go in there, and many times, the things that they asked for correction the first time, it's the same exact notes. So they've resubmitted, maybe to get the homeowner off their backs, and they've resubmitted, and they say, yeah, I reapplied, I submitted, and they haven't really corrected the deficiencies that were highlighted in the first round of plans review. That happens all the time. So when you say quantifying complaints, we really, and maybe it's probably a deficiency internally, right, on having a system to track complaints, right? Because we get them from an elected official, we get them straight from the homeowner, we get them sometimes from whoever, an attorney who's representing a homeowner, and then we just handle them. They get resolved. But so we don't, if we had a deficiency, and that's probably on me, is we don't have a system for any department, because complaints may come in and it may be about building, it may be about parks, it may be about.
If you're properly using Track It, though, it will give this group a roadmap and a very clear vision as to what the snag points are and what the repeat issues are that are causing the discomfort between the end user or the stakeholder and you. Let me ask this question: Has the department at any point established an SLA type environment where they provide the caller or the incoming caller with an expectation as to the resolution for an item? In other words, are parameters set for the expectations to be correct in align with the time that it normally takes to process an item? Because expectation setting is as important as the process, right? So if I tell you something, as I explained to Jeff when we were chatting recently, if I tell you this can be done in 24 hours and I take 25 hours, I'm an idiot. If I do it in 20, I'm a hero, right? So it's all, that expectation setting process is critical, and that happening at the the point of interaction when the request is made is critical as well, right? It also eliminates the contractor from being able to say, well, that should be done in 2 weeks. When I called, they told me it was 3 weeks, it's 3 weeks, okay? It's as simple as that, right?
Yeah.
So these are some of the things that are really, and Track It will give us some of that information. It's very good that you're using that software.
Yeah.
How quickly can we get some of the data in Track It? Is it pretty easy for you to provide that kind of data?
Edmond or Mike?
Oh, Mike.
I happen to live with that thing, so that's why I'm asking.
Perfect. I just want to clarify some of the things that are being asked, so I know exactly what to bring forward, because my job here is going to be to provide you with information so you guys can provide us hopefully with some recommendations. As far as, first of all, I know the chairman here mentioned processes. We don't have any special processes. We do the same thing that every building department in Miami-Dade County, rather there's 35 of us, it's the same exact process, more or less, and everybody else, what's provided in the statute, what's provided in the building code. This is a regulated industry, right? So we are regulated by certain parameters. As far as, for example, you were mentioning, you were making a great point about turnaround time, for example. The statute provides that we have to turn around plans within 30 days, right? Our internal policy is 7 days for residential, 10 days for commercial. That's exceptional in Dade County for the most part, okay? Most of the plans that are turned around in this municipality are within 2 to 3 days. If you have even smaller issues like water heater changeouts, AC changeouts, those are a lot of the times done within the same day, okay?
So for someone like, I'm going to use my perspective because it's difficult for me to speak for the rest of the gentlemen since I haven't worked with them before. From my perspective, what is interesting for me to see, and interesting is a bad word, what's important for me to see is by request type, right? By type of request, from the time it reaches you, and the time it's resolved, what are the timeframes associated with it? And then issues like Mr. Peterman said, if there are snags along the way, like repeat submissions, to understand those dynamics as well. Because what that's going to do is start to set a, if you will, a rule as to what you can offload very quickly into an efficiency methodology and process that doesn't interrupt what you have to do by law, but expedites the process, and items that may take a little bit longer and that you need to leave off the table with respect to that expediency, right? You understand where?
I am understanding 100%. So,
Okay.
as far as giving you an average turnaround time, our system, I cannot run a report that would tell me this is the average turnaround
No,
time.
but Trackers should be
Now,
able to give you the number of requests and completion cycles,
I
right?
can probably give you the amount of
Yeah.
submittals within a year, but an average I might not be able to do,
No.
but I might be able to select a certain amount that you provide me for, let's say, for certain
you
type
have- you
commercial
have opening
projects,
and closing
residential
dates?
projects.
Lourdes, you need the mic. One sec.
Here.
What we can do is we can pick several different cases that say commercial property, a residential
Sure.
pool, a pool, different categories
If
of
we
what
can
permits
use a
that we do.
proxy, that's great.
What we can do is we can pick that and we can actually say when that plan came into us, the time that it took for us to review those plans in-house, the time that it was sitting in a drawer waiting for an architect or an engineer to pick it up, the time that it was at their office, and the time that they brought it back into us.
And what's critical is to pick enough of those proxies to get an understanding in each of the scenarios what the average time
Correct,
is.
correct. No,
And why it
definitely.
happened, right? So,
Correct.
So this is what's going to help this group come back and say, you know what? If this can be automated and moved to an online process that it is handled completely by user interaction with an automated system, you're gonna shorten the time by this much. You're not going to have all
Well,
the.
that unfortunately, in the building world, there's human interaction,
Yes,
a lot
No,
of
no,
human
I'm saying,
interaction.
I'm using that as a hypothetical example.
Correct, no, I understand, no, but definitely we can create, I can do case studies.
That'd be great.
Some case studies on different projects, maybe something that's large, something that's smaller. We can give you 4 or 5 to be able to see the different turnaround times and see that we're meeting our expectation. Because we have an internal expectation, like Mike said, Florida statute gives us 30 days to turn it around the first time.
Is that
That's exaggerated.
is that internal expectation something that's between an agreement between you and the commissioners, you and the
No.
management, you
No,
and
it's our standard operating
it's your
procedure.
standard operating procedure? Okay,
It
has
is
that-
an internal policy, but, and now you actually alluded to it a little earlier as well. When you go into the, let's say, when you submit an application, if you go online to check the status of your permit, it will give you the,
estimated time?
yeah,
Give you a due
exactly.
date.
It will tell you when, it will give you a due date, what we call a due date, and I can tell you we never really reached that due date, for the most part. I mean, we
How,
really don't.
and how often do you include as part of the information that I see as I'm applying for permits, your average turnaround time within that parameter? So in other words, if you say you're going to do it in 30 days, is there anywhere where I see that you're actually doing it in 15?
Yeah,
just by the
you can
date.
actually see the day that it was approved, yeah.
No, but as a user, if I'm interacting with your system, right, and I'm
Yeah.
filing my request, and I see that you say, target date is 30 days, is there somewhere in that
Yes.
Yes.
picture that
Yes, you
says,
can
by
actually-
the way, normally it takes 15?
Yes,
Okay, all
I
right.
can tell you for the most part, and I think the manager also, he also mentioned it, for the most part, there's a disconnect, right? And I've been in the industry for 21 years. I've been working in building departments for the last 15. I've done it all for being an inspector, a plan reviewer, a chief, building official. So I know exactly how most of the conversations end, usually with the homeowners, with the architects, with the engineers, right? And even with the contractors. And a lot of the times we are the party that's being blamed because we're just an easy target. We're not part of a lot of those meetings, right? So you get some engineers or some architects, right, that they promise their client they're going to submit a project, right? I'm going to give you the submission by the 15th of May, right? And they provide them an incomplete set of plans, right? So those plans come here incomplete, right? They met the deadline, but now they're going to blame us for not approving them, right? So then those plans come here, we review them, we have a list of comments, right? We provide the plans back. We turn the plans within the right time with their turnaround. Now this architect, this engineer takes the plans back, takes 2 months with them, right? 3 months. The owner doesn't care, right? All he cares is that his project is not getting through, right? I'm waiting 3 months, 6 months, and most of the meetings when they come to me, they will tell me I've been waiting 6 months. So then we sit down and we pull the reports and we say, most of the time we want the architect to be here, right? Because we can sit in front of them and say, look, here are the comments. We provided them within 3 or 4 days, right? these comments being addressed, comment number 1, comment number 2, comment number 3. And then the plans would take 2 months to come back, then they will come, some of the comments are still there, we turn them back.
As a user, as I'm interacting with this system that I'm checking in my permits, is it also giving me a progress report as to what's happening along those lines? So in other words, am I able to see that I filed, you reviewed,
Yes.
I returned it to
Yes.
the architect? I'm able to see all of that?
Yeah, the system tells you the day that you apply, right? It tells you, for example, if you submit for an interior build
Every
out,
subsequent action is also reflected?
yes, it might go to multiple disciplines, right? It might go to building, it might go to structural, it might go to mechanical, electrical, right?
But you only have to look in one place?
Yes.
When you log in, yes, you only have to look in one place, but you will see the multiple
Okay.
disciplines there. Who reviewed it, when it was reviewed, you will see the comments, and you will see the person that reviewed it, right? And at the end, you will see that we either called you or, and then when you resubmit, you will see the day that you resubmit. Now, the gap in between is not gonna say anything, right? That
Sure.
is something that when they call, we can explain.
So-
And that's very typical to
Two-
most jurisdictions.
Two things that I think I want to bring up and have a discussion about is, so we're focusing a lot on the plan review world of things. Everything we've been discussing has been plan review. Do you have something along the lines similar to what we're talking about when it comes to inspections?
Yes.
Is going to be the
Inspections-
first question.
Yeah, inspections are done, Miami Lakes provides inspections every single day for every single trade, right? There are some smaller municipalities here within the county that only do, for example, roofing inspection Tuesdays and Thursdays. We don't have those things here. We provide every single trade, every single day. Inspections are done on a next day basis, which is common practice for every single municipality.
Call in
here the
before 3
county.
p.m. or something
Yes.
like that?
We
Okay.
have a cutoff time of 3 p.m. You call, and again, we're a very small municipality, so a lot of the times I get a homeowner that comes here in the morning and says, I need my inspection today, and I send them an inspector, because we do have that ability to go back to an inspection. Sometimes either the inspector missed a contractor or the homeowner had to step off for some reason. They call here, we send them an inspector back. Because our inspectors don't really go out loaded with 40, 45 inspections like they do in Miami-Dade County, for example, right? And being a small municipality, we do try to provide that service.
So that's great, and I understand that being a smaller municipality and all that, because I think what we were talking about earlier as far as the plan review and the timing of all that, and here in the town of Miami Lakes, I've worked quite a bit in it. That's never been an issue. You guys turn around things very quickly. Plan review is a great thing that works very well in the town of Miami Lakes.
Let me say something about Mr. Miss is 100% correct. As I told you, I do plans review for the fire department, and out of 10 plans that I see, 6 or 7 are denied every day. They're given comments. They take 1, 2, 3 weeks to come back. They come back incomplete again. They're denied a second time. I have some that are denied 4 and 5 times.
And I think
the
problem,
owner comes in and wants to know why I denied the plans.
and so
Listen, here's the day, the first comments, the second comments, the third comments.
and they're all the same.
It's your architect.
So I think that was going to be my second point that I was getting to is communication, and not so much communication with, because it's like the game telephone, right? If we start in that corner, he tells them something, and then by the time it gets to me, it's completely different from what the original person heard, right? So I think we need to cut out some of the fat, and maybe something that I'm going to propose, and I've seen work in other states, not even the state of Florida. I haven't seen it really implemented here in the state of Florida, Miami, or Dade, or anywhere, is kind of when you submit that permit application, require that you have an information as far as a phone number or an email or something, how you're going to communicate with the parties for who's the engineer of record, the architect of record, the general contractor, and the homeowner or developer, whoever it is, so that when it gets rejected or there's comments or it gets approved or whatever that step is in the plan review and or inspection side, that communication gets distributed to everybody and everybody is reading from the same piece of paper. One thing that happens to me a lot, and once again, it's all about communication, I think, is one thing that happens a lot to me is I don't, and I've learned from my many years of doing it, is the general contractor tells me, oh, we got rejected for this. And when I start fixing it without even looking at the comments, I'm start thinking about how to fix it. When I go to the comments, it's something completely different. So when if I don't ever go to the municipality's website or have a way to communicate them and get the actual comments, there's no way for me to to understand exactly what the plan reviewer or the inspector was looking for when he did it. So I think opening up those lines of communication directly with the person who's actually going to be making the changes, or the homeowner, so they understand where their project is and whose court their ball is in, right? Is I think is going to be, help resolve a lot of the issues of that, people, when people have an expectation and that expectation is met or beat, it's better, right? So if they understand what's going on with their project, they won't come to you at the end of the day, screaming at you.
Mike, if I can ask, the volume of the work that comes here, I guess we have a way to know, okay, this is from a first applicant. For example, if I'm just a normal person that's going to apply for a permit or something, or I'm a large developer, I believe there is a difference on the process. Something goes more complicated than the other. Do we know what is the breakdown, what is the bulk of our work, or what is the bulk of the complaints? Or that varies, it could be like...
To be honest, I don't get a lot of complaints or any complaints for that matter that
Or
are
issues.
that are actually customer service related. Most of the complaints that we get, and I was going to answer to the chairman here. For example, on the communication side, right? You mentioned getting all this information. It's a good idea. I've actually had several discussions with the manager already about doing some of those things, but there's a flip side of that coin, right? Because we're talking here about the perfect scenario, right? We have an architect that's really involved, or an engineer that's really involved, that really wants to get it done right. A lot of the times we're dealing with a plans runner, right? Who's bringing the plans here, and just wants to get the application in because they just got paid for a trip. They could care less what numbers they put on the application. They would just put whatever in there and just get it through. The phone number from the engineer is 305-355, and just put something in there. We are very good at sending emails to every email that's provided to us. But it's also hard to deny an application, for example, because you're not providing the information for the the phone number for the architect. Then the complaint will come, oh, they didn't take my application because I'm missing the phone number for the architect. Most of the issues that we face, as far as not necessarily complaints, but issues where a property owner is frustrated, is not necessarily with the big projects, right? I can tell you that Graham's companies here never faced any issues when facing these buildings. They had challenges, they did, but they know how to fix them. They hire, very knowledgeable design professionals that just came here and got the issues worked out, right? Or Lennar, or this. Most of the issues are the smaller projects, right? The small additions, or the small little repairs in a single-family home where you don't need plan, sign, and seal by a licensed professional, right?
And I think
now you got a handyman, for example, that's helping out the property owner. The statute allows you to pull a permit by owner, right? So you get the homeowner who's never built anything, and like I always say, construction is the only industry where everybody think they can do it, right? If you have a problem with the tooth, you go see a dentist. You need your taxes done, you go to a CPA. You want to build $100,000 worth of construction in your house, I can do it.
I can do it.
And you've never put a block in your shingle,
That's very true.
but you come here and you can do it. Then people come here and get frustrated because they're dealing with the process, and the process is not simple. I mean, you're talking about $100,000 worth of construction,
So
I can do it.
You will say that the bulk of your issues coming from these not very knowledgeable.
Usually, again, that's usually where the homeowners get frustrated, right? And
Is that also your most time-consuming because of the interaction that you have to have with these homeowners?
I mean, this is a small municipality, right? So you go to a large building department in the county, and it would take you a long time maybe to talk to the building official, for example, or the director, right? Because there are layers, right? You first have to talk to the first supervisor, then you talk to this other person, then eventually you get to talk to a chief, then you talk to the building official. This is a small city. I mean, my office is within 20 steps of the counter. I get interrupted maybe 10, 15 times a day, and I just walk up front and deal with whatever we need to deal with. The property owner wants to come and talk to me. There's no meeting required, right? They want to come and talk to me. I'm more than happy to meet with them. But a lot of the times, these homeowners trying to do them themselves, they're all dealing with unlicensed contractors. People who are trying to take their money, all right, and just tell them, yeah, I'm going to do it, but, I'm going to charge you less if you go and pull the permit. It's just an unlicensed contractor. Even with architects and engineers, you get a lot of people that are draftmen, right? Not necessarily design professionals, right? And they're selling engineering services, which is illegal in Florida. They go to your house and tell you, I'm going to design this project for you. It's illegal to sell engineering services unless you're a licensed design professional. Then they get some unscrupulous architects or engineers that just sign and seal these documents for them. They've never been to the project. They don't even know what they're signing. those documents end up here with us for us to review for code compliance. But as long as those plans are getting kicked back with comments that are legitimate, right? Legitimate code sections, with all honesty, there's nothing that we can do, right? We can tell them what the comments are. We're happy to meet with the design professionals, and we have done that in cases some of the design professionals don't want to come to those meetings. It's very easy when we sit down in a meeting with the property owner, whether it's a commercial project or a single-family home, and we can sit the property owner and we can sit the design professional right next to them, and we can say, okay, let's go through the comments. Which comment do you disagree with? Which comment do you have a question about? Or let's go through the comments and let's see where you address them. I've had meetings like that where the homeowner has told the architect or the engineer, let's go, you haven't done anything. You know, you brought me here, you're wasting my time. Most of the times, that's where it ends up being. So I can't tell you that we have an issue with this plan. The plans take too long here. That's really not an issue here. I can pick up cases, or I mean, you know, you're all residents here. If you have a neighbor that has a particular issue, I'll be more than happy to look at every single one of those cases. I mean, again, I hope that from this committee we can, because I don't think we're perfect. Nothing is perfect, right? So I think we can definitely improve, but I would like to really get to the areas where we can really improve. You know, and if you already have some cases in mind, I mean, I'm sure, I mean, the councilman sitting in the back, he hears all the complaints, you know, they all do. But they get the complaint, I can't get my permit approved. They're not hearing why a lot of the times, you know what I mean? Then the manager sends that to me, I reply back, and it's usually you need this, this, and that, or your architect hasn't brought it back, or, you know, it's usually something like that.
Mike, are there any building departments in, let's say, Miami-Dade County that you're aware of that require on the permit application to have an email address for the owner?
I mean, the essence is we can require anything we want.
And I know what the comment you made, right? Because if we were to require that, then you'd be the bad guy for requiring that.
We just have to be willing to deal with when somebody comes and says, you didn't take my permit application because you didn't bring the email from the property owner.
Right.
We are going
But
to
Ed,
be okay with that.
to answer your question, it's yes. So City of Miami, I developed quite a bit in the City of Miami, and they require to have, at a very minimum, your email from the homeowner.
Yeah,
Yes.
but that's because you go through eBuild, and eBuild you have to have an email.
Right. So, but
you have to be logged in.
Yes, they
That's why.
would
They
require
capture
because
the
the way that they communicate with you is through eBuild,
Right.
and they communicate via email. So they're constantly sending it to my engineers, my architects,
Because
and then they send it to me and let me know where I'm at as well.
Right. And I'm sorry for chiming in. I'm just a liaison,
Yeah.
but I live through these problems all the time. So I think I can lend to the conversation. And the comment that you made, which I think is 100% on point, which one of the biggest problems is communication,
Yes.
right? And Mike stated it a second ago, whenever he has the opportunity to sit the homeowner, the design professionals, and the building department in the room together, it's over. It's problem solved.
Yeah, but that's a difficult time. I think the gentleman hit on another very interesting point, which is they require to use a system for interaction that requires the email. Well, if that is the greatest issue you've got, then it's time to look at a system for interaction that requires an email. We're never going to be able to help you with your profession. I don't believe. I think this group has to be able to help you with a common sense approach. If in fact the problem, one of the major problems is I have no point of contact, then you have to create a mechanism or a system demand that says, you know what, the only way I'm going to interact with you is if you give me an email.
We actually require an email,
No,
for example.
but not require, it's beyond require. In the case of the City of Miami, it's clear that there's no way you can get through it without the email.
I'm sorry, do you require that do they require that for every permit or just when you submit a permit online? That you have to be registered with eBuild? If you walk in person in the front counter with the paper application, do you have to sign in through eBuild or no?
So in walking in person, I haven't had to do it yet because of COVID and everything that's gone on. But every time through eBuild, you can't hit next if you don't have that piece of information.
Because you have to have an account to submit online.
But those are the exceptions to a rule, right? If you have the system that forces 90% of your throughput to go through a system that requires an email interaction, then yes, you have 10% you're gonna have to handle with people that don't have an email account, which today, believe it or not, they still exist, right?
Yeah.
But the point is, those are the kinds of things that I would hope this group can help with by thinking through the processes and thinking through the angles that you can take to eliminate the snags, the problems, minimize as much as you can the mechanism. Get the mechanism to work a little smoother.
We were actually
Michael, real
bringing
quick, so obviously switching the whole town's database to eBuilder, that's a whole nother, I mean, that's
a whole
expense,
process.
that's a
Don't
whole
do it.
process. It's gonna be crazy. But what I hear, at least what I
It'll give you
hear
something to do for 3 years.
from the chair is basically accountability, right? So the city of Miami is requiring accountability. There's names and emails go out when there's plan revisions or there's comments. Is it too much to ask? And maybe it's going to be a time-consuming effort on the building department's behalf. If we stick to the same processes that we have as far as paperwork or whatever the application is that they're currently submitting, and someone, obviously if they fill it out perfect and they check all the boxes and they fill the owner information, they fill the architect, that's very simple to look at. Someone can be easily trained to say, okay, these 4 boxes are all filled out.
And I tell
If
you
they
what,
if they misspelled the email, someone would, is going to complain about not getting an email, and maybe they wrote it down incorrectly. But if they just fill one, instead of rejecting the whole application, we're still accepting. I think you said that if at least one section is completed in its entirety, you're going to accept it. Is it too much trouble to ask that maybe an administrative person on your side goes back and calls that person and then fills the information and just puts it in your own database and it completes the whole circle? Because I completely agree. I think one thing is that there's a lot of issues, and it's very simple to say, and not simple, not that your business is simple, it's banking, but I've been doing this, and I used to be a permit runner. I mean, that's how I started and grew. And I know, and Michael and I have been on both sides of the table, and before he was a building official, when he was the engineer, on my own projects, on the homeowner projects, we've had many disagreements and many agreements, and we kind of squashed them. Because there's different ways, it's very fluid. Construction is not black and white, unfortunately. You see it one way, I see it another way, and at the end of the day, we gotta hire an attorney to see which way is correct. But none of us are gonna spend that kind of money and do that every time. So either one party gives in, whether it's the official or the town or the homeowner or architect or engineer. But I think if you do somehow come up with something where you can fill out, and I completely 100% agree, because I'm a general contractor, and I can't say that we're perfect. We try, but we're not. There's issues or times that we're just busy, and we can't submit the application or the set of drawings in time. Or sometimes we do, but we can't pick it up once there's comments, because we're working for the owner, but we have 50 jobs. We have our volumes $100, $200 million a year. So we just can't sometimes do that. So we fall suspect that it's our fault. But if an owner gets pinged that something's ready and then call us and say, hey, my GC, I just got an email that the plans are ready for pickup. Are you picking them up? Well, I didn't get that email. Yes, you did, because you were copied on the email, or, I saw that, I got emailed, so therefore everybody got emailed. So at least that person now makes that person accountable. It's like meetings, everybody sets deadlines before the meetings because they want to go ahead and do their thing so that they're ready when it's their turn to speak or say something. They know there's a date, they become accountable, and it's my only point. So I think that can help at least suffice what we've been talking about
Let me
as
tell
far
you
as
something.
communication.
Let me tell you
Can I
something.
interject
We
with
were jumping into find the solution, and what you just did is great, because this is one solution. But if we dive into what is actually happening, maybe what you said, just check this. Look into what exactly will make sure that we address the issue, and then boom, we implement. It could be a combination like that. It could be something like this. It could be just hiring a person to make sure babysitting.
Excuse me.
Everything has a, yeah.
That is our process at the present moment, what you guys have been discussing for the last 20 minutes.
we go,
I've been
let's go.
trying to raise my hand. We do, our permit clerks at the counter always ask for the emails. If you go, and you're all welcome to go on Track It. It's a public domain. You can go in there and check any address, and you go on chronology, and it'll tell you exactly how many people have been emailed. We capture the emails for the contractor. We capture the email for the owner. I had somebody that I know said, oh my God, I haven't received the comments. I want to know what it is. And I looked on there and I said, it went to such and such an email. He goes, oh, that's me. I didn't see it. We send emails. Emails are sent out. We also send things to Miami-Dade County concurrently, and they cannot do anything without an email. We send emails consistently. Unfortunately, sometimes there's human interaction that the owner has no idea about construction. No idea. And like I tell everyone when they call, you have no reason to know it. It's not your business. But they hire someone that, you know, is supposedly going to tell them the truth, and many times doesn't. And the disconnect is not so much of the communication of us sending out the emails. It's the communication of how they communicate what's going on. Sometimes they say, oh yeah, the email's ready, but they're wrong. They're denying it because they're wrong. So it sometimes goes further than just sending out an email. And iBuild is a program in the city of Miami that to be able to submit through this portal, you have to create it with an email. That's why they have the email and they send the information back. So it's not as easy as send an email, because we do send emails. We send emails all the time. We send them several times. We are now going through all of our bins because during COVID, so many projects have stayed kind of like open, and we're resending emails. We send emails several times when things are ready or denied. It's not only once and it just stays there.
And now, just one quick question, since because understanding the process of how it works on your end and the flow on your end is going to help us really understand. That's one of the three things that we need, right? We need the complaints, we need the process, and the last step is going to be how can we tweak it or just leave it how it is, right? Those are the three steps I think we're going to take. But so we keep zooming in on plan processing and plan review. And honestly, I worked with the city quite a bit. We've met quite a bit a couple times. And I think from the plan review side of it, I think, you know, it's a pretty solid municipality compared to all the other ones in Dade County and everywhere else. But I think where I've seen a lot of the hiccups from a personal experience has been from the inspections world, on the actual field side when things are getting done and being constructed. So the emails are great on the plan review. What's happening as far as email and communication, everyone getting contacted of what's going on with an inspection, why it got failed, the reason it got failed, the code section that is being applied of why it got failed. And you know, that type of communication, I think, is where there's a lot of snags, and I think that maybe that's something that we could explore, or if you could tell us how your process works, so maybe we could see how to improve that.
If you can be a little more specific on what do you think the communication's lost? For example, and the comments are entered on the computer, they're there to look at, they're not necessarily sent to somebody. Is that where you think the communication's lost?
So when an inspection happens, and I know 90% of your problems happen with homeowners, simply because if you're a developer, you have a team and you're focusing on that. Your money's in there, right? If you're a homeowner, you have a job 8 to 5, unless now COVID, a lot of people are home and they see the inspection actually happen. But on a normal basis, 8 to 5, you're in the office. You have no idea what the inspector looks like, what his name is, where he came from, what he drives, or anything, right? Your GC or someone that works with you, a subcontractor, somebody is the one that's just walking the site, and they're verbally telling him, do this, do that, right? And so by the time it gets to the homeowner, he has no idea what's going on. And then the GC sometimes has to call an engineer and tell him, hey, the inspector said this, because he wants to see this different detail, or this detail wasn't on your drawings, or, you know, that communication, that's where that telephone game that I was telling you happens a lot. Okay. On plan review, it's awesome, but on inspections, it's where that communication happens so quick in the field that I think if we find a way to improve that telephone game that I'm telling you about, I think that might help out with some of the issues.
We actually had an item that we were going to bring on the last council meeting, and we postponed it. Part of the reason, because we wanted to have this discussion and see what comes out of this, right? We're really looking forward to the recommendations that you're all going to make, right? I take criticism very well. I think we learn a lot from it, right? And what that was going to do was it was going to send out automated text messages to everybody that was on our database. And it could send, for example, at the moment the inspection is denied, you will receive a text message. The moment your plan review is denied, it will send a text message to, again, the numbers that we collect.
Right.
Now, the problem with collecting the information is that you have to be consistent collecting that information, right? Because what happens is we can start right now and say, hey, you are required to provide this, and that. The fields are already on the application, right? The problem is You know, when we don't take an application for not taking one field, we automatically get a call from somebody, hey, somebody didn't take my application. And we're like, okay, well, what's the point? It's just a phone number, you know. It's really not a code requirement. Let's just process this thing. And we start getting away from our own rules, you know what I mean? And we start falling into
Yeah,
the same thing.
but those are the root causes of your issues,
Right.
Yeah.
what you're defining.
So,
Those start snowballing
yeah,
and getting bigger and bigger
but at
and
the same
bigger.
time, you know, when you start telling somebody you're not going to take the application because they failed to put a phone number, you start looking like the unreasonable person in the room, you know?
No, I understand how ridiculous it sounds,
I
but
know, but you have a choice as to how you want to look ridiculous, right?
right.
Yeah. I
Look
get it.
ridiculous asking
So,
for a phone number. Look
this-
ridiculous when
yeah.
you didn't
This,
inform the homeowner.
This system
his
would
house was red tagged.
This system would allow us to blast all kinds of communication. For example, there's a storm coming, we can blast to every single phone number on our database, whatever we wanted to blast, right? Please start preparing for storm, you know, ABC, right? You failed an inspection, that it could do that automatically to the one customer, right? That just failed the inspection, it would send a text message. So it was mostly via text. It would allow contractors to schedule inspections via text message, right? They'll be provided with a phone number and the permit card where they can schedule inspections via text message. So we were ready to bring that on the last council meeting. We didn't bring it. Part of it was this conversation. So,
Okay.
but and I wanted to add, because I know we've talked a lot about processes, right? And I know the process 100%. I've been doing it for 21 years, right? But probably none of you have actually, well, with the exception of Rick here, have actually worked in a building department. So if I can ask you, you know, at any time, we're willing to let you guys come here, spend a day with us, you know, sit for a couple of minutes with the permit clerk, see what they do in the front counter, you know, see what the plan reviewers do, or how the plans flow through a building department, because that will really help you understand what our process is. It's very hard for me to come here and tell you, we take an application up the front, it goes back here, so and so reviews it.
Yeah.
You are going to understand what we do with a set of plans all the way from the moment the person walks in the front counter to,
But by the way, most of the time when you're doing these kinds of process analysis, the people who are involved in the process more frequently are your worst enemy. You need people to observe it who have never seen it before.
Right.
Okay? They have a tendency to see things that other people do not see because of their ignorance.
Yeah, that's
Absolutely true.
that's what I call the Gemba walk. That you actually go into the process and you see yourself and you talk to the staff. You gather the information.
I would welcome the opportunity.
I'll
to
give
have
you
So would
my
I.
business card. I'll give you my business card either at the end of the meeting or sometime
be
during
very
the meeting. And please send me an email. Tell me which day. I mean, we're here every day between 8 to 4. I know you all got full-time jobs, but let me know which day, what time. And if you want to spend the whole day, I mean, if one day you want to ride with an inspector, let me know. You even see what an inspector does out in the field, how the day goes.
Mike, this is also very good for the residents to get better understanding of the process. It's not the same thing to sit down with you and explain it, that have something already that is written, that is visual, that you can hand out to anybody, even to your own staff, for training purposes, for succession planning, for quality improvement. You have your map. Again, doesn't have to be super detailed, but something to guide community, residents, anyone. Hey, this is my process map. I think that's very, very important to have.
And so we have about another 45 minutes. We've been spending about half an hour on this topic alone, on communication, which is probably, I would say, the biggest issue. But I think it's a good time to transition. I think that's a great idea if maybe one of us could sit there. But I think it's a good time to transition to another thing that I wanted to bring up was consistency. That seems to be, and to me it happens a lot in Dade County and the city of Miami, is consistency, right? So, and that goes back to, for me, a lot of the issues that happen in this whole construction process, it happens a lot on the inspection side of it, right? Because plan reviews, plan reviewers, you typically have a handful of them. You don't have 30, 40, 50 plan reviewers. It's typically the same guy going to look at your plans. He has the same methodology, and he's going to keep on thinking the same way through. But inspectors, being consistent with inspections is a big thing. So one day, inspector goes out and gives you a comment on one thing. The next day, a different guy goes out there and gives you an inspection on a comment on something different that's already been approved by the previous guy. So that's something that creates a lot of headaches in every single municipality that I've been to. And so that's something that when it gets to the homeowner's ears and he says, well, wait a minute, we passed plumbing last time and now he's coming back and saying plumbing has been rejected, when I have it here online that it says approved already, right? So that's something that maybe we can look at some data if you have something as, complaints regarding that, and understand how your flow as far as trying to send out the same inspector to the same location and things like that, trying to understand that work, that methodology of sending inspectors and consistency within the building department is usually a big thing.
We don't have a lot of inspectors, right? We don't even have zones. We're a small city, so you got one mechanical inspector, one plumbing inspector, one electrical inspector. The only way you would get a different one if that inspector is on vacation. As a matter of fact, those guys are only part-time employees, electrical, mechanical, and plumbing. So we handle all of that with 4 hours a day of part-time employees. We share those inspectors with like 4 or 5 municipalities in the county, right? Those guys do part-time jobs all throughout the county and handle Miami Lakes with 4 hours of work. So you don't get a lot of different guys. Yeah, the only place where we have 2 different inspectors is building, and we have 2 of them. Everybody else is the same inspector
Mike,
for the most
with
part.
the,
unless
with the
somebody's
2
on vacation.
building inspectors, Carlos and Lewis, for instance, if there's a project that has whatever, multiple inspections for that project, to Mr. Trias's point, is there a mechanism where you guys try and assign a project to a certain inspector? In other words, I know, for instance, the project that I'm in the middle of at my house, it's been the same. It's been Carlos all the way through.
Yeah.
So is that a practice that you guys make to try and enhance? It may not be perfect, right? Because of a vacation or whatever, maybe you have to have somebody.
It's not necessarily assigned to an inspector, the project, but for the most part, when they do the routes in the morning, they say, okay, this is you, this is yours, this is mine, and they typically like to handle the same projects
That they've already
done.
been to.
Exactly. Because
Got it.
From being an inspector, right, it's hard to walk into a job site when somebody else was before you and left you some comments. It's hard to you find that trust that he said was broken, you know what I mean? And then you start looking for a trust, and there's 50 of them, you know what I mean? It's hard to find that trust, right? So for the most part, they try to keep their own projects.
Yes, I will
continue to
tell
go
you
through the
that
same
definitely in the afternoons, I assign the inspections to different inspectors. And if something has been assigned to one that has done inspections on there before, they usually in the morning, like Mike says, they'll switch, say, hey, no, you've been here,
you've been
more,
here, keep this.
you continue to do
Yeah.
this, unless someone's on vacation, and then that's something
I can
that we
tell you, for
can do.
example, when I was working in Doral, for example, we had routes, right? I had the west, the east, the south, whatever. So I had my route. International Mall, when I did International Mall, was my area, you know what I mean? So every time there was something International Mall, we would change those routes every 6 months. But for the most part, for those 6 months, you would keep going to the same project, right? And it's good because you're consistent. You know what you saw the day before. You made some kind of agreement with the contractor, fix this, this, and that, and you're going to be okay. Now you get Inspector ABC after that and says, no, you not only have to fix A, B, C, and D, now you have to fix F, right? And that's the challenge. And it's a challenge when you have human beings involved in the process, right? For example, I have one plan reviewer that does the plan review, right? It's the chief, Angel. When he's on vacation and there's a project that's large, that's got a lot of comments, and sometimes I get a call from the contractor, hey, maybe this is taking a little long. I tell the contractor, look, I can give it to somebody else to review it, but I can't guarantee you that now the 7 comments that Angel saw might turn into 10 comments, and I can't tell him those comments are not valid, because if they cite a code section, they're valid. They can't just say no. Now if they see it, now we can't take him away, because they're going to point it out to the other guy that didn't see it, and the other guy's going to say, you know what, he's right, I missed him. Now they got to do it. So I tell them, do you want to wait 2 days maybe until Angel is back, for example? And most of the time they say, yes, I'll wait those 2 days, because they already agreed, like I said, with that plan reviewer that they were going to fix comments 1 through 5, and the plans were approved.
So, and I completely understand. So like I told you, I used to work for GFA, and I oversaw their operations in Dade and Monroe. One of those operations that we did was private provider. And so I was acting as a building department, essentially, overseeing the inspectors and the plan reviewers, and we had 27 guys in our company that I would kind of schedule, just like you do on a daily basis. At 5 p.m., I would sit behind the database, and we would say, fulanito, fulanito here, fulanito there, right? And it's not fun, but we try to stay consistent. But besides the consistency of sending different people out or trying to send the same guy out to the same project, consistency as in, even if the same person goes out, that having some kind of protocols where that same inspector has to be consistent with his inspections. And that's something that, not in the town of Miami Lakes alone, it happens everywhere, right? That I have come across quite a bit in my profession, and specifically in South Florida. You have, even if the same inspector comes out, there's inconsistencies on what he sees and what he doesn't see. So maybe that's something that we could look at and kind of help recommend some kind of protocols or some kind of standards that we could apply to plan reviewers and inspectors on both sides to kind of have some consistency with what's going on, even if it's the same person, same or different person. Try to set up, obviously, within the requirements of the building code, always, right? Within, to protect the safety of people, right? But have some kind of protocol or some kind of standard that we could have kind of in place where it would alleviate some of the frustrations that I'm hearing from some of the guys here in town, in Miami Lakes, in Dade County, in Miami, in Homestead, everywhere, right? It's not just but that's one of the other, that's like the second page that we should probably talk about if we have time, is the consistency aspect of it.
Okay. I'm open to any kind of
Isn't that?
recommendations for that matter. I can tell you, for example,
I look at an inspector as an auditor, right? It's very difficult to, in a subjective environment, introduce that level of objectivity, because it is a process where you may not be consistent.
Right.
So, it's a tough thing to set a standard whereby you're going to say, you're going to look at everything this way, right? If you're in an audit function, it's very, very difficult.
especially when you're dealing with construction, that every
Yeah.
project is different.
Well, yeah, so, I mean, to the chair's point, I think it's critical that they stick to the specifics of the construction code, but it's very difficult in a subjective audit process to introduce that level of certainty and objectivity. It's just humanly impossible, quite honestly. So I have a little bit, as a non-expert, I have a little bit of a fear that may not get you to where you want to be.
Yeah.
So much. I don't know how you could do it.
I can tell you at some point, we had checklists, for example, for every inspection that would tell you some of the things that you needed to look at. But again, every inspector has discretion. They all have different levels of experience, right? They have all the different.
Now, to the chair's point, how much of that discretion is something that they should have? Now, that's where you start to get into.
Right,
That's where you start to get into
and that's one of the things I was talking to give you a great example, no specific example, but it's happened to me in the past, where it actually happened to me today in Dade County, in a building that I'm designing, a dealership that I'm designing in Dade County. So we had a welding inspector, CWI, overlooking the welding inspections that I'm doing, right? That I designed, and designed all the steel and all the connections. And so the inspector, using his discretion, completely changed the entire detail that I had provided and designed and that they constructed. So he went out there, he didn't like the detail, and so he wasn't going to approve the connection unless the contractor changed that connection. And I'm very frank, it's happened to me in Miami Lakes, it's happened to me in Dade County, it's happened to me in a lot of different places where inspectors walk in and they don't like something because they've always seen it done a certain way, even though the designer signed and sealed it, meets the code, does everything, passed plan review, but it's asked to be changed anyways. And so that's part of the consistency aspect that I was trying to get to. It's not so much you approved plumbing, so go in there with your horse eyes closed and don't look at plumbing again. No, of course not, because plumbing, the guys could have cut plumbing and changed it. If he sees something, call
Between
it out.
inspections, yeah.
Call it out. But consistency with sticking to plans and not changing.
But
Changing
here's
the
the
goalpost too much.
here's the beauty of having a department of our size, right? And the safety net is the fact that we're not a Dade County with probably hundreds of inspectors or what have you, right? So if you have an inspector go in, let me tell you something stupid, right? Somebody says, you don't need a GFI there, right? Okay, pass electrical, go on. Another guy comes and says, hey, you need a GFI.
Yeah.
Not a big deal, right? But if you have something like that, like weldings, a certain kind of weld, and I'm no construction expert, but something significant, we always have the ability you have access to him. And he stated it earlier, anybody who has a significant issue, not something minute like a GFI versus a regular switch or whatever, right? So the building official has accessibility. So he can get both inspectors, the plans reviewer himself in the room, and then it's right there.
But
And
you're
then-
both
and
right,
that's the
you're both
beauty-
right, but to the chair's point, and it's an excellent point.
Right.
It's the concept of saying, defining the discretion points. It's critical, because to his point, and your point is very well taken as well, but to his point, there's gotta be a stoppage in the riverbanks as to how far that discretion can go. If not, the discretion, unfortunately and unwillingly, would be used improperly, right? So it's like, we call it audit creep, and audit creep in the world of finance. When I come into an audit, I can look at certain things in a certain way, but I cannot venture outside those walls. If I don't like the color in which the annotations on the particular entry are done, that's not something I can include in the audit or even touch in the audit, right? If I don't do it in an appropriate column with the appropriate designation, it's not something I can touch. It's substantive. It's focusing on the substantive issues, and I think what the chair is saying is that's a critical point of control, is defining that discretion and bordering that discretion so that it's bound by boundaries,
Yes,
right? Very similar to what we do in finance.
I want to clarify, because I used the word discretion, but I didn't meant it in the way that it's
That
being
I-
described.
okay.
For example, those checks and balances already exist. They already exist in the statute. They already exist in the building code, right? For an inspector to provide you a denial comment, he has to cite a code section. So, for example, you might get the Florida Building Code, right? Is the minimum way that you can design something, right? Is that minimum standard, right? You cannot design anything below what the building code provides. 90% of the times, structures are designed above the building code requirements, right? But when you get a structure that's being designed above the building code requirements and those plans get approved, they go out to the field, that becomes the building code for that project, right? You forget the building code, and now you are inspecting to that set of documents that the engineer required, right? Because that's his masterpiece, right? He wanted this to be put here, this to be put that, although the code might not require it, right? But the engineer who is designing that project, he says, I want, you need tie downs every 48 inches. No, I want them at 30 inches. The code doesn't require it, but that engineer felt that he needed
So
it, right?
how does the inspector look at that?
He inspects to the plans.
The approved
He
plans.
inspects to
That's
the
what we inspect. Now, a lot of the times you'll get the contractor that will tell you, well, but I don't need to do that. The code doesn't require it. And that's when we have to tell him, sorry, you need to go back to your design professional. He needs to make those changes
and-
because these plans became.
In our world, they would be auditing to the 48 inches, not to the 30, right?
Yes.
So in our world, the way it would work is, if it passes at 48, and that's what the law calls for, and it's at 30, I could care less.
Yeah, but in
It's a
reality,
48.
those approved plans just became the building code for that project,
right.
right?
No,
Because the
but
engineer
you're-
wanted it there for a reason. We don't even know what reason.
Well,
he
and,
wanted
and,
it.
and don't forget,
He wanted it.
and don't forget that that contractor priced it at
Based on those
30
plans.
inches. So,
Yes.
Yeah, no,
you're kind of
understand that.
taking, you're stealing from
But
the owner.
But then there is.
Not only
but
that,
then
but
it's
the
not-
engineer, but the owner paid for it at 30 inches.
That's what I'm
as well.
saying. That
But
he,
it's
the
not-
owner
Right.
paid
But
for
then
it, and the contractor's not doing it because.
But the problem then is not the discretion of the inspector, it's the discretion of the designer.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Which is
Yeah.
even worse.
Yeah.
To the point that as an inspector, you have discretion, right? And they can go either way, right? For example, you can go to a job site and there's one rebar missing, right? And you are an inspector. I personally would tell the contractor if he's there, hey, can you have somebody put it on right now before I leave? And by the time I left the job, that was fixed. A lot of the time, some of the projects that you go all the time, right? You might tell him, it might be something that you might see the next inspection, and you might tell him, hey, by the way, you have a truss that's in the middle of the attic. Please have that fixed. I will see it in the insulation inspection. You know what I mean? Some guys wouldn't pass framing with it. And they're both right, but that's the discretion of the inspector. You know what I mean? And a lot of the times it's hard to take that away from them, but when those issues get brought onto the building official, that's when you say, hey, no, this is going to be done that way. I can tell you, I always stand to the side of keep the jobs working, right? But inspectors do have, and a lot of the times they have had experience with one particular contractor, right? When they have asked the contractor, give them an opportunity to fix something, maybe the contractor didn't do it for them, and then they go the next time to the same contractor, and they're like, oh, I already asked this guy to fix it. And he
The
didn't
human
do it for
aspect,
me."
right?
So it's human interaction that happens in a lot of the job sites as well, and a lot of the time we're not privy to that information. So when it comes to us, it's being presented as a problem, but it may not necessarily be. But to the point, the discretion that they have is already provided on the building code, and it's already provided on the statute. So we used to use checklists, like I said, back in the day for every single inspection. And it also had to do, for example, the building code has changed a lot in the last, it's been around for going on 20 years now, right? The first one was in 2001 Before that, we have the South Florida Building Code, but the actual Florida Building Code, the first one was in 2001, so it's been around for around 20 years. So a lot of the stuff used to be prescribed on the building code. For example, it would tell you the minimum requires for a type, minimum requirements for a tie beam, minimum requires for a slab, minimum requires for a foundation. None of that stuff is really on the building code anymore. It's put a lot of that on the design professional, right? It's taking a lot away of those actual requirements, right? It would require 2 or 4 number 5 rebars. That's gone away, so a lot of that is now being put on that design professional. As long as he can demonstrate that it complies with the code, it's being approved. So those checklists kind of really
there's-
don't mean much anymore.
But there's still a minimum standard for
Yes,
those issues,
there is.
right? So,
But for example, as far as structural, the code would tell you you need to comply with 175 miles an hour, 3-second gust for a category 2 structure, right? That design professional would run his numbers and he would bring it to you. We don't necessarily challenge how he designed it. He's an artist, right? It's his masterpiece, right? He ran his numbers, he works. As long as he used the right parameters, that's good for us.
And so,
Right? So now we expect to those plans.
I want to jump in there because that's where, if those are the standards that you're going to apply in the building code, I would say in your department, I would say that's what I mean by consistency. So, from working with Dade County, Town of Miami Lakes, Miami, a bunch of different municipalities, there are times where I submit as an engineer, as a structural engineer, and I don't get questioned. And there are times where I submit and I'm being questioned. So those are the type of consistencies that I'm saying that we should have some kind of box that we could play in. I'm not saying make the box extremely tight. I'm saying have some kind of box that we can play in so we can communicate and we know that just like expectancy, right? I know if you tell me you're going to get it done in 3 weeks and you get it done in 3 weeks, we're all happy. If I submit to you this time and you checked it this time and I submit to you next time and you checked it again, I expect you to check it. Or if you're not going to check it, I expect you not to check it, right? So I expect you to do something when it doesn't happen or the goalpost gets moved or something gets switched around. That's where the friction and the headaches start to happen, right? A good example, not here in the Town of Miami Lakes again, but I do electrical design as well, right? MEPs. So we had outlets, right? They're just a regular GFCI outlets. We omitted one. Actually, we moved it. We moved it from where it was to about 6.5 feet away, right? Because we added an opening, we did different things. So the process of, and this is going back to understanding how you guys work and maybe sitting down with a day and understanding how it works is, so we admitted that, and the electrical inspector went out there, and instead of seeing the RFI, it was the RFI that was approved by an engineer that was submitted by the general contractor. It still met the distances for the outlets and all that stuff. The RFI was approved by the engineer. It was going to be added to the construction documents at the end of the project, as it always is. He required that those drawings be resubmitted to the city to be reviewed and approved again by the electrical plans reviewer to then go back out to the site, an approved stamp from the city, to then him to go back out another day and approve the one outlet that moved 6 feet. So he held that project up for a good 3 weeks because of a one outlet moving 6.5 feet. So those are the box that I'm saying we should have some kind of standard to play, so that we're all playing with the same rules.
And that right there is the discretion that they have, right? Because the actual requirement is for him to stop the project. That's the actual requirement. I can provide you the section of the code that tells you that when the inspector goes out there, right, the work does not match the approved plans, he is supposed to deny it, right? Stop the project, you need to revise the plans, then have the inspector go back. Now, discretion, right? Some inspectors might do that. Some other ones might tell you, you know what, this is minor. Have this revision before the final.
And I agree with you 100%. So I've designed high rises. The 63-story building I did in the city of Miami, they don't do that in the city of Miami. They don't do it in Dade County. But what I mean is set the standards. If that's what's going to be required in the Town of Miami Lakes, then perfectly fine. That's what we expect to happen every time. If I move it 3 inches, I need to resubmit. I know it. I expect it. So I'm going to think twice before I move it, right? But at least the rules are set and there's a standard.
It's set. It's on the building code. The standard is
Right,
set.
right. But so as a building official, as a building department, you can go way beyond the building code or change what you do. Very similar to how they do it in the city of Miami. North Carolina, Hendersonville, where I'm developing over there, same thing. They have tweaks of that matter. As a matter of fact, in Hendersonville, which is IBC, they don't even require an RFI. As long as an email from an engineer goes out to the inspector and says it's okay, and that's their standard. So that's what everybody expects, right? So I think to help with the friction a little bit, right? That it sounds like we're having some kind of friction. To help with the friction, set us a standard. If the standard is you move everything by a centimeter, you're gonna have to resubmit. That's the standard. Everybody play by the rules. It doesn't change. It's not that this house I moved it a centimeter and I had to resubmit, and this one I didn't. That's where those frictions happen.
I really would hate to tie our hands, right? Because the standard is set, it's on the building code, right? If you make any deviations from the approved plans, you have to revise those drawings, right? But I would like to still have the discretion to be reasonable when we can, right?
But to the chairman's point, by doing that, while you're being perfectly reasonable, what you're establishing is a point of contention, an issue, because you're behaving differently for the same situation.
Right.
Which is what he's saying.
And
What he's
that's where the
saying is,
friction
it's
comes
the
in.
expectation piece. If you give me the expectation that I am not going to do this unless you do that, I have to adhere by that. I go into the situation understanding that.
But here's I'm sorry to interrupt, but the flip side of that, right? The flip side of that, consistent. Whatever the code says, it says, and you remove it. You say, Mike, don't be reasonable. If it says it in black and white, do it.
Well,
Then it's, hey, in
you-
Miami, they can do this. In
you-
Hialeah, they can do this, and not in Miami Lakes.
You understand
Yeah,
that we live in
but
a
he's
world-
trying to be flexible when it's reasonable,
We
right?
live-
It makes
we live-
sense, you know?
We live in a world of 500 people weddings, okay? 300 people are gonna like it, 200 are not gonna like it, and maybe 50 are not even know they were there. But that's the way it is. You're never going to be able to.
That was a great
No, that's
analogy.
reality.
I haven't
Great
heard that one
analogy.
before.
That was great.
good.
I'm going to use that. I'm going to use
So
it.
please understand that you're never going to have the perfection. You're never going to reach the point where you're going to eliminate every issue. But to the point is, you eliminate as much of the 300 complaints as possible, right? You want at least 400 to know they were there. That's the point. The point is that that's what I think the message he's trying to give you is, yeah, okay, I understand. You might get the one that says, coño, but you're sticking to everything. Well, wait. But you knew that going in, right?
Right. The standards are set. These are the rules. You got to play by the rules. Whether you like them or not, you got to play by them.
The root cause of most of these issues is communication and expectations. Those were the two basic issues, quite honestly.
So let's get to the point, Michael. If someone, would you accept an RFI from an engineer or not?
No, an RFI, no. I think what he was.
No
trying-
response. I'm saying it's not. They're not going to send you an RFI. We're talking about an RFI.
Yeah, I mean,
the RFI says, as the contract, he's not going to write the RFI. The RFI is going to come from a GC,
Yeah,
right?
the
Or
RFI
or a homeowner. Rewrite it. Can we move the GFI 6 inches? He writes back to me, yes, you can.
It's approved.
He signs and seals it electronically, whatever. It's signed by his engineer. So will you accept that or not?
The RFI, no. The RFI is an internal communication on your project. It's not an official revision to the approved plans, right? If you want to revise the approved plans,
But
you
but
have to
No,
pay
no,
what you want
that's
in-
not
but
the
it becomes
question. The
part of the
question is-
construction documents, though.
Not-
It is part. It's
It
not,
is.
It's
Once
not,
it's signed,
it's not
it does
approved.
become. It's not an approved. It's a part. It's
It's
a
part of
CD. It's part of construction documents, but they're not approved plans.
Yeah.
But you didn't answer the question. I'm just asking, and this is just a scenario. We're just talking an example. Would you approve that or not? Or would you? It's not you technically, because again, we don't want to escalate things. Would you allow your inspectors to approve that if they go to a job site and they see? Because what we do is we like to attach. Again, we're not talking a little addition. We're talking,
Yeah.
a building. So we attach RFIs, we have our project engineers stamp them. Wherever there's a change, there's a cloud. This is referred to RFI number 500 because we have thousands of RFIs on projects.
Yeah.
And we have that signed and sealed 8.5 by 11 or printed attached to it where it says there's a change. Would it be something that you would be susceptible to approving that type of?
A lot of the times, yes.
Okay.
And that's what the discretion comes in, right? And why am I going to tell you that? A lot of it comes also with experience from the inspector as well. Let me give you a perfect scenario, right? You're an inspector, something changed on the project, but you don't really know, maybe sometimes from being there, how this is going to affect, let's say, the overall common path, travel distance. They just moved the door from one side of the area to the other side, right? You don't really know how that's going to affect the overall travel distance. You don't even have a way to measure it there, right? Because you have to see it on a set of plans to actually do to actually see where it runs, right?
And
And a lot of the times you will feel comfortable, maybe from experience, you say, you know what, this is really not much, just have the revision done for the end. A lot of the times you go and say, you know what, I don't really know what's going to happen here, bring the revision, because the flip side of that coin is, then the contractor's gonna turn around and say, well, but the inspector approved it, now it doesn't work.
Now,
I did what the
to-
inspector said.
To your point, if there's any substantial, and this is the flip side to the coin, define whether or not you're going to accept RFIs or not, and if you are, you got to define what's a substantial change, right? And then any substantial change will then require, if you're going to accept RFIs, would require a resubmittal, right? And the building code defines substantial change, but once again, as the municipality, as the building code, you can require above and beyond what the building code said. So you can say a substantial change is moving a door, changing a hallway, because that once again goes to egress, right? And the path of egress and all that. So defining and setting the rules and standards for what a substantial change is and what can be done with an RFI and what can't is, I think, going to help a lot with the friction. And that goes to the consistency side of things, right? You set the standards, everyone understands what a substantial change is, everyone understands what is not a substantial change. If you do it, you got to go through the process again, 2-3 weeks, whatever the case is. If it's not substantial and it's something that you can do, your inspectors know what it is and what is not. Prove it, we move forward. And so that will help the ball roll, and it will help everybody understand the rules of the game.
That sounds like a simple process, but it's not. And
It's
I'm
not.
gonna tell you
It's
why.
not.
Why? Because the building code already defines what a revision is, right? Any deviation from the approved plans, it's a revision. So I cannot amend the building code. I cannot create a document that amends the building code, all right?
Well, I disagree because City of Miami does it, Miami-Dade County does it.
No,
A lot of guys do it.
Miami-Dade County has amendments to the building code in Chapter 8 of Miami-Dade County.
Correct.
Those are local technical amendments that have gone through the process for a local technical amendment. We here as a municipality, we cannot have local technical amendments unless we go through the process, going through the Board of Rules and Appeals in Miami-Dade County, then submitting those to the Florida Building Commission, right? So I cannot create a document that says an RFI is good, this is not good. If you deviate from the approved plans, okay, you need to submit a revision. Now, what that revision constitute, right, is changing whatever page was deviated from. Now, some inspectors, again, will feel comfortable with letting the job progress and then bring that revision later on. A lot of the times, I'm part of those discussions, right, when, let's say, the project manager or the contractor wants to talk about, hey, how can we move forward with this project ABC or whatever, right? And I will sit down with some of the inspectors because I do delegate the duties in the MEPs, right? I'm a general contractor, but I'm not a mechanical inspector. I'm not an electrical inspector or plumbing inspector, you know? I know how the general systems work, but I'm not necessarily an expert, right? So I delegate that to those guys. I'll have meetings with the electrical chief, with the plumbing chief, and we'll meet and see what solution we can find to move those projects forward. But I think creating something like that instead of helping might actually tie our hands.
So you said something that's interesting to me, just out of, from an observation
And
perspective.
guys, sorry to cut you off, but just a heads up, we have 13 minutes left
Just a
before the next
question.
committee comes in.
So your process is, you are dealing with contractors and people who are essentially following a process that's different and are rules that are different in the municipal. So you're being compared to you're just compared to the county, which does things differently than you by choice, right? Well, they accept things that you don't, right? Is that a true statement?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay.
I wouldn't say that's
You would say that all the municipalities pretty much behave the same
They
within
are
the same
supposed
rules.
to. It's in the Florida statute. It says the Florida
Right.
Building
No,
Code should
but
be applied
when you-
consistently throughout the
But
state.
when professionals are comparing your performance against others, they're comparing the performance to a specific and same set of standards.
I mean, there's a change. You can get two constitutional attorneys to argue the Constitution, and they're all going to think
No,
two
it's just,
different
it's a
things.
hypothetical question. It's
So,
just only because,
it's hard to,
because
you know,
if someone can do some things in the city of Miami or Miami-Dade County that you're not willing to do, but you could do, you're already at a disadvantage, right? You're already being compared disfavorably to a process.
I'm not sure that I understand what's being said.
He just said they accept things that you don't accept.
So
We do a lot of things that they don't do.
Right, so if he's.
right, exactly, and so that's why I think
But to make a point, and this is where we are going away from the process now to the nitty and gritty of what's on the building code, right? And what's on the building code is to be interpreted by the building official in each jurisdiction, right? Each building official has that discretion, right? Within their own jurisdiction. So we are getting away from what this committee is for, right? Which is to look at processes, right? Not getting in the weeds of the building code. And now we're getting into code sections, now we're going away from what we are supposed to do here.
Well, I'm going to respectfully disagree on that one, because part of the process is being consistent, right? And so, and if the role of the building official, in this case, you, is any change from the drawings, I'm not saying that it has to be that you accept RFIs. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, set the rule. Be it we're going to follow the building code exactly, letter of the law, and that's the way we're going to do it, or we're going to accept RFIs, or, you know, whatever it is. But my recommendation is set rules, standards that are followed, and that they cannot be deviated from, because that way everybody knows the rules, and that takes away that it's black and white. If you change anything, you have to submit. Or if you change it and it's not substantial, then you could use an RFI. As long as the engineer, the architect of record, engineer of record approves it, signs it, you could move forward with it, whatever that standard is. And that's, once again, on you guys and specifically on you to go over it and review it.
Yeah, and part of on the consistency issue, and I understand your frustration, and listen, I could imagine, but I believe that at least some of your frustration may be that there's maybe lack of consistency between the individual building departments in Dade County that you have to deal with. Right. But we can't control that. All we can control is our little universe of Miami Lakes and him being consistent with what happens in Miami Lakes.
I'm not sure everywhere.
But we can't change or control what Miami-Dade does and Miami does and Hialeah does.
If the others are adhering to rules that are within the code that everyone has to abide by, and they may be doing it a little bit differently and still within the code, and you're being measured against their performance, you do have an option to make a decision to migrate to that type
I
of
agree, but
discretion, right?
but I believe that what you're going to find is that there's probably 35 different ways of doing it within the code.
Right.
And that is what we cannot control.
All
Right?
right.
And I think what we have to do is, because each municipality is different, and they're never going to be the same ever. They're each going to have
good
their own
ways and in
amendments,
bad
each going to
ways.
their own thing.
And that's the point I was trying to make.
And
is
so
that-
I think what we have to do is, and what these discussions are great, is understanding what works best for the town of Miami Lakes specifically, right? And so what's going to benefit the building department, and what's going to benefit the residents and the contractors that work in here and the engineers that work in here. I think we might have to cut it off because we actually got to set up the next schedule. You want to say one more thing, Mike?
Yeah, I think we can definitely do that, but not in the items that are covered under the building code, right? There is one entity within Miami-Dade County that one of their main functions is to create uniformity, right? And that is the Board of Rules and Appeals in Miami-Dade County, right?
Correct.
So if you believe something is done in one city, not done in another one, you might very well, when that building official is not doing what you believe you should be entitled to do, you can go to that Board of Rules and Appeals and you can file an appeal. That appeal is free. It doesn't cost you anything, right? Those appeals are heard within the month. So if you go to one building department in particular and you believe that the building department is not using something that you believe the code allows, right? You can definitely appeal that decision.
Of course.
We are lucky enough that we have a Board of Rules and Appeals within Miami-Dade County.
Yes.
That Board of Rules and Appeals, one of their main functions is to have uniformity for all the building officials. We should all be, for the most part, following the same code.
In general, it is.
Right?
In general, but the little aspects of it.
I understand, but
are
once
different.
we go into anyone telling a building official you should use this process that's covering the building code or the other, maybe the attorney may provide you. I think he gave you the section of the statute. Now you're telling that building official what he should do and what he may not do. And in the state of Florida, he or she is supposed to do that without interference from anybody.
I agree 100%, and that's not what we're here for. So we're here, once again, to recommend what's best for the town of Miami Lakes. I'm not going to sit here and recommend and tell you I think RFI should be approved. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm recommending to the building department is determine whether RFIs are going to be accepted or not. That's what my recommendation is. I'm not pushing for one side or the other. That's neither here nor there for me. But as long as we have a box that we can play in, that's what my recommendation is. Set the standard. Are you going to accept RFIs or you're not? If I move the electrical or not? You know, those are the standards that I think that we need to set so that there is no friction. So that if I come out here and I do 2 projects, I do a huge shopping center like the Grahams do, and I do a single-family home, I'm not treated differently. And it's the same guy, but I won't be treated differently. I want the set of rules to apply to the Grahams as it does to me. And so that's what we're recommending, is setting the box, the sandbox that we all can play in. And we're all playing with the same sand, right? So I think, anything else, anyone else has anything else to say?
If I may,
I wanted
that's
to-
one of the
yes.
points about getting benchmark. So if we can benchmark other municipalities to see how they're doing it, then we can say, hey, 90% are doing it, or just one is doing it. We can make a decision, a better informed decision.
But you may be venturing back into interpretation of the code, and that's where you
I
can
know.
venture into an area.
No, what I'm saying
But
is,
I think
like,
that this
who's
is more of a
accepting?
general point than a specific point that
Right,
you're
right.
making.
There's
Right.
nothing specific. I mean, we just harped on RFIs because
Yeah,
that's what
it's
we're all
general.
familiar
Yeah.
with, right? That's something we harped on, but the setting the standards is basically what I was getting at. We just harped on RFIs because that's what.
Do you know who's accepting right now those RFI? Which municipalities in the
City of Miami and Dade County are the two that I've done it
two of those?
on every project I've been on.
Mr. Chair,
Okay.
I was going to say, you don't have much time left.
Yeah.
So I think a good use of your time is, as these meetings progress, today was an introductory meeting, so obviously you guys all ask questions, but what you'd like to do is, as your meetings progress, narrow down your recommendations, or whatever you're going to do, that you're going to be presenting to the council. To that effect, you should set when your next meeting is going to be. If any of you have topics that you want to be covered, or items that you want to be voted on as a recommendation or ideas, you should forward those to the liaison so that he can forward them to the chair to create an agenda.
I will ask that handling at that level of ad hoc, it may not be the best way. Let's compile the recommendations and present them toward the end of the process, because quite honestly, I don't know that you
No.
want constant recommendations coming your way.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm trying to say is,
We pile them
you
up
have, you gotta have, you want to have set items that you want to
Yeah,
have for
absolutely. No, I
discussion,
understand.
Right. And
that you
some of
can
that
then have
discussion, you've
votes.
already identified consistency and communication, right? Because you're
Those
talking
are-
at the
those-
30,000
right,
foot level.
Right,
yeah.
exactly. And so
So-
I think it was a great start to the
Yeah.
meeting today. Now,
Next meeting?
we have to determine how many meetings we want, because we just discussed and went over a lot of things here. And to get to the end point that we want to get to in 77 days, I think it was that I wrote down, is going to be very tough, right?
Yeah, normally committees meet once a month. I don't think you guys can meet once
No,
a
it's-
month and finish by the end of July. So, I mean, what I was given, we're in a kind of like a transition phase because of all the COVID restrictions, and now they've changed. The governor issued a couple orders last week. Today, the CDC changed the recommendations on mask wearing indoors. So it's anything but stagnant. It's very evolving. So
Very much so like construction.
yeah. So what the clerk gave me was the next available date for you to meet, if you wanted to meet that quickly, would be May 27th. Once we get into June, any Thursday, you have free reign. It would just be good for her, and she had notice requirements and so forth. She's got to advertise. It would be any Thursday would be free to go.
So the
And
Thursdays, okay.
we may be able to do it without the conflicts because we're probably going to go away from Zoom, and we're going to do other things with committee meetings, go back to having more people in here. So you may not have another committee bumping up behind you either, starting June 1st.
Okay.
You may want to set more than one meeting at a time.
Yeah.
So
It's up to you.
Yeah,
You guys are
I-
welcome.
I was actually going to say, let's set them all.
Yeah.
All the way through July 29th, because I know I travel quite a bit for forensics.
same
Obviously,
problem.
34 different states. We're constantly moving
agree.
around. Like next week, I'm in Texas, so I got to put these dates in there so I can block them
The
out.
date in May 27th, it'll be more like today. From June 1st on, it's probably going to be, you won't have any limits of anybody behind you or anything like that.
27th work for everybody?
Yes.
Yes.
Thursdays at this time work for me as well, so,
Okay.
Same time? 5:30?
Yes.
5:30 for everybody?
yeah, 5:30 would be great, if you can, please.
May 20th.
Mr. Mesa, does this 27th work for you?
27th is fine, yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
27th is one date. I'm sorry, what was the second date? June 9th.
It's the 8th, actually,
June-
sorry.
The 10th.
June 10th is Thursday.
Yeah, that's the slot because, we have already pre-scheduled. A lot of the other committees are scheduled out for the rest of the year. So
June 10th works for
So
me.
There is
June-
actually,
June 10th works for me as well.
Yes.
there's actually a workshop, Save the Day Town workshop. For
yeah,
this.
but there's no workshop in June. The council doesn't have anything
So
scheduled for.
May 27th is a Thursday.
So
May 27th is a Thursday.
Then,
June 10th is
Do
a
you-
Thursday.
Do you
June
do you
10th.
want to try to do every 2 weeks on Thursday? Does that work for everybody?
June 10th?
Yeah, I'll have to miss the 24th.
So it would be the 27th of May, June 10th, June 24th.
Yeah, works for me too.
24th work for everybody, June 24th?
Yeah.
Aye,
That works for
yeah.
me.
For me, yeah.
Okay,
I'll have to pass on that one.
July 1st.
okay.
July 8, right?
July 8th would be the next.
July 8th would be the next one.
I'm out.
And then July 22.
I might not be here for July 8th.
Me neither.
And then July 22nd would be our last one
Yes. I'm okay.
before the vote on July 29th.
22nd is no good for me.
July 8th.
That's the only one that I can't make.
What's the last one?
July 22nd. would
So,
be the other day.
let's write
We
these
can
down.
move it to the 29th. or-
I can make it via Zoom, but I'll be in the Keys.
I'll be in North Carolina. but-
Fishing out.
It's at 5:30. We'll be back.
All right, so we're doing 5/27,
6/10.
June 10,
6/10,
6/24.
6/24, and I think 6/24 was the date you might be out?
I won't be able to.
Okay, so we have a
And then
minus one
July
more.
8 and July 22.
And then, yeah, 7/8, 7/22, and then 7/29 would be the final vote day.
That gives you, the 29th? Okay.
Yeah, because the 29th
Yeah,
is our last day that we could get together. So the 29th will be the date that we vote, so that might be something that we might want to
That
have.
gives you 6 dates.
Right, that gives us 6 dates. Does that work for everybody, for the majority, right?
And one of the things that Mike threw out, and you seem to be receptive to it, was doing a field trip to
Yes.
his
Yes.
operation. You can sit there. Now, you could do it one by one, no problem. If you do it multiple, if you want the whole committee together or 2 or 3 of you together,
tough, yeah.
then we just have to advertise it. It's not a big deal. It could happen. We just have to there's certain advertising requirements.
If you don't mind, I'll just call you and try to do it on my own, because my time's kind of
Yeah,
crazy.
I'm gonna give you my business card at the end. You can email me or call me.
Yeah, we'll do it on off days. I'm sure we
I can't do it in a group.
yeah.
So,
And then last,
is that, this is a question for Lorenzo. So they cannot do it together?
They can, but we have to notice it, right?
Okay, so it's better if they do it on their own.
The best is that they do
probably
it on
get
their
better
own.
more information if
No,
you're
Because
on
they're
your
going to
own.
be
Wanna
tempted
make
to
sure
talk
that
about
you guys
items
are
that they're
not
going to vote on.
breaking sunshine,
So,
Yeah.
But they could almost advertise it like a subcommittee meeting. It would be open to the public.
they could do it as a
It would be a
subcommittee
public
meeting, but then
meeting.
if the public wants to come into the building department, you got to let them. That's all.
Okay, so it's better.
I'm being
if
serious.
you do it by
It's better to do it individually.
Individual, yeah. I think individual is better.
Which inspector?
So
Building,
last,
electrical?
Yeah, I mean, just I guess see the clerks, the whole.
walk through maybe a half day thing. Yeah, because
And,
a full day would be tough for me to sit here.
And
Okay.
Chair,
What
if
I
you
want
don't,
to see are the most complicated ones. I'm not, I
Yeah,
just want people to understand.
and
that-
morning time is prime time. That's when the
Everybody's here
building
waiting.
department is busier. More
There's a
people.
line out the door. last thing before we head out. So homework, right? We talked about getting data of turnaround times and stuff like that,
Types.
and complaints. Some kind of, I don't know if we have any kind of.
Yeah, we don't really track them. Whenever, because they're not always complaints. People don't just come in and complain and say, hey, Mike Mesa was a jerk.
Or there's no written complaint or anything like that.
That's not really what happens. People
He won't
call-
approve my plans.
People call
He
and they
hears that on a
say,
daily
I did say that.
like there's an
I said
issue,
that a
there's
few
not
times.
getting something approved, or they
So
Before he was
let's
a
ask
building
for something
official.
differently. Can we get
grew up
from
after.
Mike the issues that he runs into the most?
Yeah,
from the
yeah,
end
yeah,
user?
absolutely.
And
That I
by the
think would
way,
be good.
We talked a lot about today professionals interacting with the department.
Yes.
I think you have two audiences here. You have the professional interaction with the department, and then you have that stakeholder that's not a professional, who's even worse because they don't know what the hell they're doing. That's more difficult, right? Which is the consumer. So we need to look at it in both ways, because we talked a lot about a professional interaction with you. We didn't talk about the consumer interaction with you. And that's, I think we need to look at it in segments.
Right,
yeah.
the developer, the owner, So, okay, so it sounds like we'll get some data, I guess that's coming from you?
yeah, coming from the building
Is there a
department,
certain
yes.
amount of cases that you like to look at, or?
and identifying when you have issues, what are the
What are-
most
what are the-
frequent
what are
ones
the root
that,
cause issues? What are the problems?
yeah.
Like, okay.
I was just going to get to that actually with some because I know Main Street actually has a lot of vacancies, and so that's going to start getting a lot of build outs, and maybe that's something that we could tackle in here that could help out. And okay, yeah, because yeah, just different, sprinkle in a bunch of different types.
And let me ask the committee a question. Mike talked about a system or a program of notifying, whether it's businesses or, giving advance warning that he plans to bring before the council next month. Would there be any benefit to you? Because it may be something that if we're saying that there's issues with communication, there may be already a solution in the works.
They solved it
Would
already.
it benefit for them to do a presentation and say, this is the program, these are the capabilities, this is what it could do?
Absolutely.
Yep.
I don't think we're the committee to approve that, Lourdes, but we approve it already. You got our vote. I love it.
Yeah, exactly.
No, that it sounds.
No, but we could support your recommendation as a committee. When the time comes as one of the suggestions, we could support that for you if it makes sense.
Yes.
Jeff is going to have to approve the cost. Dude, I think that'll make everybody's life easy.
No, it sounds great. It sounds like it tackles a lot of the communication issues that we have. At least we have
We're
it.
bumping into the next
Yeah,
committee's
no, so-
time. So I think you should make a motion to adjourn, and you already have your next meeting.
Motion to adjourn.
A second.
You're the chair. Everybody say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Yep, same. Yeah.
We scan and send to the county online. We're working on electronic planners.
That's the way we did it. We were the pilot.
Not for me. I hate it.
But it's for the customer.
Every discipline gets here at the same time.
No, that's actually better because you get someone thinking differently. Right. Sometimes when you live in it and you breathe it, you just could never see a different point of view, and it's just not good. They're completely lost.
We believe that we have a very good building compared to a lot of buildings.
That's a bad thing, yes.
At the end of the day, what I always say, the hardest thing about working in government is that it all happens here, right? People here and they think it's different things, so a lot of the stuff
Okay. That would help.
And to come in, I've asked
And to, like you said, succession and all that stuff. And
The problem is that, you can sit in a private company, we can sit in a meeting, we're gonna cut salaries, we're gonna freeze, we're gonna do that, but the public forum, it happens here, people hear it, stuff here, then it sounds like it's something else. And that's what's difficult, but, you gotta understand it. But no, we do our best.
I know, that's what she said.
I'm sure.
I haven't gotten it. My parents have both gotten it. Gavin and Ron have gotten it, but her dad didn't. He never. He was like, nah, I'm not. And they're Cuban. They're like, if I'm not gonna sleep on the couch. If I get it, I get it. If I don't, I don't. I mean, and he slept in the same bed. He made her breakfast. They sat on the couch together. She had it for 2 weeks, and he never got it. Yanni's mom had it. Yep. But her dad never got it.
I thought I had it, Ryan.
Dottie, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Cannot you hear me?
I could hear you, but I don't see anybody or anybody else can hear us. I don't know.
I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
No, I think it's him. I think he hasn't allowed us on there.
Oh, okay. Who's in there
Oh.
who's in the meeting?
All I hear is you and me, and then somebody.
Ryan's there. I see
Right,
him
I hear
waving.
him. I hear him,
But
but I
who's
can't
next?
see
Who's
him.
next to Ryan?
Lourdes is.
Oh, okay. Hey, Lourdes.
Hi.
Hey, Dolly, we're going to start very soon. Alex is logging
Marta
in now.
Gonzalez says to say hello.
Alex told me he wasn't going there.
No, he's logging in. He's logging in.
Oh, okay. Then we should all be here.
Hi, Dottie, can you hear
Hello?
Hi, Alex.
Hey, how you doing?
Wonderful.
They finally quit the meeting.
Yeah.
Ryan, you're running the point, correct? You're the chair of the subcommittee.
Hello, people.
I do have a question for you. If I can pass it.
Can you all hear me now?
I can hear and see you.
You can see me too?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. I can't see anybody but me.
Can you see me? Can you hear
No,
me?
I only see myself. Like in a glass kind of thing.
That's because you're so pretty.
Thank you.
Oh, Lordy. I couldn't chance to get out getting wet. They said there's a bad storm tonight.
Right, and
And-
I was running through traffic and I just made it home. So the traffic is terrible.
Well, Ryan and I are the only ones here with Willie.
Oh, okay, cool. You didn't get the rain? You didn't get rained on?
It's raining, but you know, I'm the wicked witch. I don't melt in the rain.
You're too funny.
That's okay. That's okay. All right. Are we going to begin? We have to call the meeting to order soon.
Well, we gotta wait for Willie. Ryan's running the meeting because he was appointed the head of this budget committee.
All right, Ryan, let's get it good. So that the thunderstorm doesn't catch us here.
All right, does that mean I am the secretary for the meeting as well?
Is Willie there?
Yes, Willie's here.
Because on my screen, I'm seeing Strategic Planning, Performance, and Innovation Office, Miami Lakes. Is that going to show through the whole meeting?
I don't know.
Dolly,
Yeah.
that's our IT department. They oversee the meeting.
Oh, okay.
The town of Miami Lakes Wi-Fi is not working for me, so that's super important, I suppose. But
That means you have to take notes by hand.
I guess so. All right. I've never chaired a meeting before, so let's see.
All you got to do is call it to order.
Call it to order.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, we all hear you.
Oh,
You don't have to touch.
I don't have to touch it.
No,
All right,
because
well,
the
then in that
light's on.
case.
Yeah.
You want me to call it to order and then you take over? I can do that.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do it that way.
Okay, let me see. I'm calling to order the Elderly Affairs Committee, Budget Committee meeting at 7:45. Roll call.
7:45 p.m.
Lourdes Corvo.
Rosario.
Here.
Lourdes.
Here.
Ryan.
Here.
Alex.
Here.
And Dottie. We're all here.
All right.
So
we
Ryan,
have
you can take over.
Four, is that correct?
No, there's 5 of us.
There's
Dottie.
five-
Lourdes, Rosario, I
Dottie?
didn't count myself.
Xiomara-
I got to count
Xiomara's
myself.
here.
Yes, that would help.
That would help. All
Dottie?
right. So discussion and submission. of
Ryan, wait 1 minute. Ziamora?
Am I supposed to be here?
You can listen, but you cannot have any contact with us. This is just 5 of us are going to get the budget and present it to the meeting for a vote. So if you want to watch it, you can, but you can't give us any input.
Okay, don't worry. I'll
Okay.
let you have the meeting. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Okay.
Okay, Ryan.
All right, so item number 3, discussion and submission of approval of the budget for fiscal year 2021, 2022. Everybody has the budget in front of them, provided
Yes.
by Willie?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. We'll open it up just with discussion. Is there any adjustments that need to be made, any additions or deletions?
I have a few.
I suspected that might be the case.
I was going to say.
Well, I was waiting to see if somebody else had something
I was
beside
gonna
me.
talk. I was going to talk.
All right, so Lourdes, go ahead.
All right, so contributions and donations, why does it have negative 250 in actuals? Do we know?
We
Does
don't.
that
So,
mean that we
That's a Willie question.
so let me reference this. I just spoke with Willie about this a few minutes ago. The very first column is the budget as it's set right now to be proposed.
Right.
Okay? The actuals are presently inaccurate, as is the available budget. They're going to be approximate, but he does not have the updated information as far as what we spent last year for us to reference. So,
Let me chime in there.
go ahead, Willie.
So the first column is the events, the GLs, the accounts that are connected to the committee. Now this is this for our purposes here. That's our budget. That's what we have from last year. What we have this year. The donation, again, this is not up to date spreadsheet, but for the purpose of this meeting, the first column is what we've been allocated for this year. Now, today's meeting, the committee has the ability to increase those particular items, or decrease, or create a new event. Again, it's the committee's discretion to either increase these line items, or if you want to go a different direction.
My
with the budget.
understanding, though, is that the total number is set. So
No.
if we decrease one, we must increase another category.
Now's
Or-
the time of the year that you can request extra funding.
Okay.
Whether it gets approved or not, that's up to the finance department and council. But now's your ask time. Now's the time for the committee to ask what they want to increase, what they want to decrease. If they want a larger budget, now's the time to ask.
Okay.
It doesn't guarantee that we're going to receive it, but it's our window now to request it and justify it.
So I think going for, if I can make a request or take something before council, what I would request for next year is to have accurate numbers of what we spend this year to reference, so that we know if we need to ask for more or less.
No, that's what we're doing tonight.
Well, but we do not have numbers that we actually spent. We do not have the actual numbers that we spent in 2020 to reference.
Well, I tell you, we don't have hardly any money left. Let's put it that way.
I'm familiar, but I don't, which is what Willie told me, but I don't know where it was spent or how it was spent. So I don't know what categories we
Let me
got over
explain.
or under.
I had to go before the council, and all the monies in most all the categories, the senior socials, the field trips, all I had to go, I went before the council, and we had that transferred into the eat and greet, or eat and meet, or whatever they call it. So all of it has been spent on the lunches because we were not able to have the Mary Collins to have them go there. So we started this program that was called the traveling bingo. And because the seniors love bingo, we did the traveling bingo where they had a lunch and they got a bingo card, and it told them if they were a winner. We had sponsors that helped us with the lunches. They didn't pay for everything, but they did help us a lot. We used all of the restaurants just in Miami Lakes.
So for clarification, in an attempt to be as accurate as I can be here, the freebie transportation, that was transferred in to the meet and eats?
Yes.
The Rocksteady Boxing?
No, that one is something, Willie, you want to explain that? Because I know what it is, but my question is, do we have to keep it on the books for this year?
So
No.
Now we're talking two different things here. The Rocksteady is the Parkinson boxing program that the
Right.
committee invested in pre-COVID.
Right.
We did buy the equipment, and the plan was to launch it this year. Unfortunately, with COVID, we couldn't launch it. That money that was there, $2,500, was moved into Meet and Eat. Every account, as Dolly explained, everything was moved into Meet to Eat because it was the way for us to connect with seniors, the only way we could connect with them.
Right.
So every line item here, with the exception of the miscellaneous expense, I believe is the only one still available. That hasn't been transferred into.
So the 500.
Yes, sir.
So in essence, and I know we're approximating here, but about $31,500, because if we don't have much left, let's say we don't have anything left, $31,500 was spent on the meet and greets last year. Is that accurate?
Just about.
Wait,
Well, yeah, because the money we were using before that was the Christmas party. We didn't have a Christmas party or Thanksgiving party. We had a lunch, and it was delivered because we have like 41 seniors that the freebie would serve beside the ones that would come and pick up the lunches.
Right.
okay, but I think I need to, for my purposes, I need clarification, because if you see transfers and adjustments, and Willie, and maybe just the way this budget has been spread out, or this spreadsheet that we received has been put out, and maybe it just doesn't make much sense, because the original,
Can I explain one thing?
sure,
On the original, and we wouldn't have had the virus, everything from that column would have been gone. Would have been gone by September.
I understand that, Dottie, I completely understand that, and according to this, then our budget would have been $3,200.
Correct.
Okay, now, if you look at the adjustments, if you add that, that's more than $3,200.
32,000.
No, it's more, because it's 32 plus another 6, that's 38,
Right.
plus another 2.
2,500, right.
So that's 40, right? That's 40,000.
Yes, but last year, beginning of this year, we also didn't, Willie, if I'm not mistaken, we used some of the encumbrance in that total.
Okay, sorry. I'm looking at the total, and this is the wonders of having somebody next to you, is if you add up the things that are in the transfer and adjustment, that total is not $32,000.
It shouldn't be.
Why?
Because you had other categories that was money that was transferred from the first category you had.
But the budget, if the budget's 32,000.
No, but it is 32.
No, it's 40 something.
No, when you add the whole amount, it's 2,500, 1,500. When you add it together, it's 32, no?
So hold on,
looking at that.
she's referring, if I may, Lourdes, she's referring to the transfers and adjustments column, the second column.
The second column.
So if you add the 2,500 to the $20,500,
It's 23.
2,300 or 23,000. I'm sorry.
23.
23,000 plus the 6,000 would be 29,000. Plus
And 12?
12,000 would be 41,000.
Right.
41,000.
No, let me,
But that.
So let me explain something to you. Look, at that column where Lourdes is referring to, it says negative 2,500, negative 6,000, and negative 12,000.
Oh,
That
see,
equals-
those are negative numbers.
That
Yes,
equals-
it's got a minus.
So that equals to 25, which was put into Meet and Eat, which is what
Right,
Dolly's
so-
referring that she met with council and she requested that
So-
money to move over with the direction of the committee.
I have an understanding. So what that's saying is where the numbers were what was added to and what was subtracted from. So in other words, the negative, think of it like like you're balancing a checkbook. The minus 2,500 minus 6,000 and minus 12,000 are what you took out of the accounts, and you added 20,500
I see what
to
they're
that other,
doing.
so that you now had a
For the
new
meet and
total.
greet, correct,
Okay, I see.
You had a new total in the third column of 27,500
correct.
and zero in the other columns.
Sorry.
Now
That's
let me.
okay. That was a good question, because I was wondering
Yeah.
the same thing.
Yeah, I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. All right.
But let's go back in a minute, because that was a great point from Lourdes. But for the purpose for us to establish our budget next year, please
Yes.
focus on the first column,
No, I know.
because that's where the money's allocated.
I realize that. I just like to understand spreadsheets.
No,
You know, like
it was
if
a-
I'm given something, I'm sorry.
Of course, no, and-
Say it that it's the lawyer in me. I'm not going to just go, oh, let's only look at the first column.
Let's go for it.
This is a real budget meeting. This is what they give us. We should analyze it to make sure that it's accurate.
Yes, ma'am.
That's
No,
just
it was a
me.
good question.
That's
It was
just
a good
me.
question.
So,
So I think if I understand correctly, just to rephrase what we're looking at, the contributions and donations column, you're asking us not to reference that because that number's outdated.
That number.
Correct.
That number's
correct.
outdated. However,
So-
the second line item, the budget last year started at $2,500.
Right.
Again, I'm reading left to right. We did not adjust that, so the revised budget stayed at $2,500. I'm
Right.
going back to the first column again, next line item down. The Rocksteady Boxing began with $2,500. We subtracted $2,500, so that budget revised was $0.
Yep.
And so on and so forth. So if it's really looking at the first three columns and working our way down to see how the budget was adjusted last year. Is that accurate, Willie?
No.
So
This fiscal year. So this fiscal
this
year.
fiscal year.
Yes,
So
sir.
if you look again, the $1,000 for the community forums
Yeah.
was not moved according to this. The $500 for the health fair stayed as is, but the meet and eats, the budget started
Took it
at
off.
7,000, but we added 20,500 to that budget.
right.
So our new budget for this fiscal year was
27.
27.5.
Right.
So that's how I think it's easier,
Yeah.
or more accurate to look at this document.
And then plus
Right.
the donations and sponsorships we received, like
On
you were
top of that.
asking me before.
Yep, okay,
Yeah,
beautiful.
sponsorship and donation is a bonus for us.
Right,
Yeah, so-
absolutely.
Right.
And just for point of reference for everybody, our budget money gets spent before the charitable donations,
Correct.
correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay,
And then the actuals, which is the next column, is what's actually has been spent this year. Am I correct? I have a.
I didn't
thumbs
hear
up
you,
on that.
Lou. I didn't hear you.
the actuals is the money that's
actuals-
actually been,
It's the actual
So,
amount that has.
but this is as of March. This is just as of March.
No, this is as of
January 11, according to the date in the
Yeah.
upper left-hand corner.
January 11th. This report was ran January 11th.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why they didn't give us a new, more improved one.
Shouldn't, what I think what Willie and I had talked about, we're looking just at the first column and decide, do we want to raise any of them? And if we
Well,
do
you're gonna
raise-
have to, because you got $12,000 left, and you got like, when does it empty? In October?
No.
September.
Okay, so.
In September.
Our budget's over in September.
So,
We don't.
The first two, I think we have to have those. The first one is the freebie.
So right, so the first column is really where we want to spend, and Dottie, I think.
Right, that's
just for
what, that,
point
do
of
we want to
reference-
change it or we want to revise it or what?
Or
So if we
leave it
just
as
go
is.
down one at a time, then we'll see what we're gonna do.
I think if I can speak for Lourdes, I think her and my hangup was, it's difficult to plan where you want to go if you don't know where you've
been.
Right, because we don't know,
So,
for example.
In terms of creating budgets, when I create a personal budget at home, I look at what I spent last month. If I'm consistently allocating $500 for groceries, but I consistently spend $800 a month, I'm not appropriately budgeting. I need to change.
Yeah, but I think because of COVID, all these
That's
numbers
right.
went to one place.
we
It's
want
not
to
like
understand
before.
what-
They
what
all
we-
went to the meet and greet.
Correct, you're not going to be able to look to see what you spent or what you didn't spend
Right.
because of the COVID. So
that's
this year,
because
we're
of
just
COVID.
going by the first column and taking a guess at me knowing some of the stuff that we need more money or less money in will kind of help. But I wanted suggestions if anybody had any idea what they wanted to add to it, because I have one or two items I'd like to add.
When I-
Let me ask
I'm
you, so
sorry,
the
Lord-
freebie is not free?
No.
Well, we pay- $2,500 a year for it.
So,
So, hold on, Lourdes would like to say something.
well, so my question is the freebie. According to this, we didn't transfer any of the freebie money out. We used all of the freebie money already as
Yeah,
of,
it gets paid out in the beginning of the budget, I think.
Oh, okay.
No, because it says actuals that actually have been used is $1,008, but that was in January, so I'm assuming we have
It's
spent-
gone.
It's gone. But it would be nice to know, like the freebie,
Well,
even if we
Lourdes,
don't
we
have
can't
the-
help that
if we
this
don't-
year because we don't know what we know what we spent mostly was on meet and greet. Now, the other items, would we have spent them? I think we would have, because there's normal things that we've done in the past, and that's the figure that we worked with. But this year, to see transfers and actuals is going to be impossible because of the virus.
Well, I think,
Right, they didn't do any of the other activities. They couldn't do them.
Right.
Dottie, to that point, if I may, things are not back to what you would, if you imagine me doing my quotation marks here, normal yet. And so while we did not, last year was an unusual year, certainly given the necessity to think on our toes as things were happening, and we have a little bit more time to plan this year, we still don't know where we're going to be 3 months from now, 6 months from now, or 12 months from now. So we're just as in the dark as far as that goes as last year.
Just to give you an idea, since I've been on the committee, this is what we've been working with.
Sure. So is it fair to say that?
I mean, since I've been the chair of the committee, let's put it that way.
So is it fair to say that we don't need, if we start with the large number first, we don't need more than $32,000 next year allocated for the elderly?
No,
care?
ask for more because you're gonna have more activities and they might turn you down. If you go less, can you ask for more later? What are the odds of you getting?
No.
No, I'm not
No.
suggesting that we ask for less.
No, ask for more.
No, yeah, you have to ask for more, and then they can bring you back to where you are.
They can
but
bring it
you-
back down,
yeah.
but don't ask for less.
Well, I think you have to have a reason to ask for more. So we say we're
All
going
right,
to
let
do
me
it.
tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to tell you my 2 reasons for wanting more money.
Okay,
and
thank you.
see if you all agree with me. Maybe that'll help out a little bit. Back in, I think 2 years ago, when Alex Reyes was here, we were going to have each senior have a Miami Lakes ID card. I mean, I don't think you can see mine, but I have a copy of what it was. And we were going to go get, every senior was going to have that. That way we could identify them for any kind of, any events that we had. I would like to bring that back up because I think the seniors having something showing that they are a Miami Lakes resident is going to help. Because another item I want to put on there is Miami Lakes Senior Day. Celebrate them, have the vendors in town or give them a discount on food or whatever for just one day. So,
And Dottie, when you started this year, we did lunch for maybe 80 people. Now we're like 140 something.
Right.
So we have more seniors, so we need more funds.
Guys,
that's
let
true.
Dottie finish what she was saying first, please.
So, to me, adding, I think, I was talking to Willie, we would need an extra $1,000 for this senior ID program.
For the senior ID program.
Because
we
all
need
they
an
would
extra
have to
1,000.
do is we could run it out of Mary Collins. We'd have somebody there, they can make appointments, go in, take their picture. And then I think mine was done within 5 minutes. Now, I don't know that they could do it within 5 minutes because I was sitting in his office, they took my picture and 10 minutes later, the guy walked back and here's your ID.
Okay.
So I don't know if it's going to be the same, but
But
with
$1,000
with
would
the
be the amount.
150 that we have, I think we can do it for $1,000, right, Willie? Do you think?
Well, yeah, what you asked me, Dottie, I think that's a fair amount to start the budget with, as well as having a campaign to promote the program. Because it's going to take some manpower, some man-hours to see which restaurants, which businesses want to be part of this, part of the discount card for the seniors. So, yeah,
We might try to start it this year if we can. You know, we're going to just work on trying it and, you know, maybe not have, because I think I have a sponsor for the meal. And if we get a sponsor for the meal, then that would help us out
I'm sorry, what meal? The senior day meal?
on the day.
Yeah, I think we switched subject. We're talking about the senior card, right, Dottie, first?
Yeah, we're talking about the card right now.
Okay.
Sorry,
Yeah.
That's what I was confused by.
And the purpose of
I'm
the card.
confused too.
And my understanding, the purpose of the card, Dottie, correct me if I'm wrong, is to have the seniors have an identification and a card they can use for discounts throughout the town. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so staying on the cards for a moment, the budget that you're proposing, I think Dottie was asking you if $1,000 was a good starting point for the ID program.
For the actual cards. to
For the
get
actual
Cards
cards.
and a promotional campaign to
No,
promote it.
No, forget the promotional campaign. Just the cards.
The cards, we-
$1,000, is that, do you think that that will cover the cost of producing the cards and having somebody there to produce the cards?
because I believe so. And it's a good estimate. And we also have a machine here that does it in town. I don't know if we'll be able to produce that many, but there's companies that do it. So that's something we can price out. Which
Okay,
one's
so
more
now,
effective?
now Dottie, move on to the Miami Lakes Senior Day, the day of celebration for the seniors.
Correct.
How much have you or I don't know if you've spoken with Lily about it, how much would you want to allocate towards that event?
With, let me try to think now. I was thinking around 2,500. The only thing that could be added to the meet and greet.
But let me ask you this, Dottie.
Pardon?
Let me ask you this.
I can't hear you.
Let me ask you this. Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
I feel like that commercial. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Sorry. So my question is, if the senior day is supposed to have businesses throughout Miami Lakes give a discount, where do we need to spend money? Because if we put it in the flyer, do we have to pay for that?
You've been we don't pay for anything going into the Miami Laker.
Okay, I call it the flyer. Excuse me. So we don't have to pay for that. So why would we need the 2,500?
Well, you've got to pay for the food. You've got to pay for. It's not just going around it's an actual day to celebrate them. It's like a luncheon we normally have.
Okay, I just thought that you were saying that, and maybe I misunderstood this, and this is my misunderstanding, is the Miami Lakes Senior Day was a day, let's say we pick it June 15th, and all the businesses in Miami Lakes, if you have your ID card from Miami Lakes, you go and you get a 10% discount, or this business gives you 5%, whatever the case may be, but that we, as the Elder Affairs Committee, really don't need to do anything on that day unless we have like a breakfast to celebrate or a lunch.
That's what I was planning on.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
Okay,
Right.
I do have a question for you as well, Dottie. For this day, I am familiar, having attended several town hall meetings, that the mayor has been able to proclaim certain days.
Right.
Are you looking to have
A proclamation?
a proclamation done for this particular day?
I think we should.
Okay. Is there any cost associated with that?
I don't know. Willie can answer that.
No, proclamation comes from the mayor's office. There should be no cost for that.
So for clarification, or to sum up what you and Lourdes discussed, the 2,500 would be for a meal gathering. Similar, would you call it closer to like what a senior social is, or a meet and eat?
I guess it really depends on what the virus.
Probably we could either one of those we could do in. Probably this maybe. See, the senior socials have been like we had Thanksgiving, we had Christmas, and then in the summer we had like the country western or something like that. There were like
Easter.
3 with the $12,000.
I remember an Easter one, I thought too.
And we may have had Easter too. Maybe there were 4.
To keep the budget down, and this is a question, could we do like a breakfast in the park? And this way, I think, thanks to Dottie, every senior in Miami Lakes has gotten their shot that has wanted the shot. That, number one, you would be still having an outdoor event, which still is a better thing, even though you've had your shots. It's still safer to have an outdoor event. So have it, and we don't want to do it in the evening because we don't want the seniors, you know, in the dark in a park because they'll fall. And you don't want it in the middle of the day because it's hot, and you don't want the seniors out there in the mist of a, 95-degree weather. But if we have like a breakfast in the park, I think it would be cheaper because it's a breakfast versus a full meal. You can do café con leche, juice.
But I
coffee.
think that what we're going to do on that day can be determined then. I know you're trying to get it down to dollars, but let me tell you, serving a breakfast for seniors is going to be very difficult.
Why? I don't know.
Not too many seniors wake up that early.
That's right. And most of them, when I have it for pickup, they pick up between 10:30 and quarter of 11 and 11:30, and the majority of them are getting there at 11:25.
Oh, sorry. I thought they woke up. All the seniors I know wake up at some crack of dawn, 6 o'clock in the morning. Seniors.
And then you got to think. Then you got to think about the 41 that the freebie would have to deliver to. They'd be getting probably lunch instead of breakfast. Because they usually pick up at the end of the delivery. When they pick up the other ones, the ones that come and pick up the lunches, they usually come then, and then they start delivering. And it's been taking them 2 to 2.5 hours to deliver.
Okay, so to kind of keep us moving along here, 2,500 seems to me to put it on par with a senior social type event more than a meet and greet. I don't know how much we spend on per meet and greet, but is that an accurate assumption?
Yeah, no, we have 141 people or 150
How
people
much
now.
do we spend on an average meet and greet?
Well, now we're doing 158 people.
Yeah.
But
So how much do we
but
spend?
you're correct. The socials were the big ones. We were spending 2,500, 3,500 because we had 160 people there in the building. So
Right.
that's a good
Well,
assumption.
how much are we spending on the meet and eats? Do we know?
We're averaging right now
Without donations, just
without
from the
donations.
budget.
We're averaging about $7 to $8 a plate, depending the vendor. The lowest has been Holiday Bakery that gave us a flat rate of $6, I think, for the box. But average to be safe between 7 and 10 per person.
Per person, and you're saying we're having a 150
We're up to
or so?
158 right now. Is that correct, Dolly? 158?
I think it's 156,
156.
somewhere around there.
I can't do that math in my head. I'm sorry.
Okay, no, I'm doing it real quick. So $750 a person times 156 people would be about $1,100.
I did $8.
So you're still at about, you're still at $1,100 at $750 a person.
Yeah.
So
But, Ryan, keep in mind that that's a drive-through event, so costs are, once we go into the building, if that's what there's going to be other costs associated. with
right, but
the
that's what
building.
I'm trying, because I think, Dottie, if I can assume where you were going with it in terms of putting that versus making this a separate line item, you were considering adding this 2,500 into an existing category, either the meet and eat or the senior social. So I'm just trying to identify, I think based on what we're speaking about, the nature of the event itself being a gathering versus a drive-through, and the dollar amount that's associated with that, it's more of a senior social event. So we would be discussing increasing the $12,000 budgeted for the senior social to $12,000
Oh, you're
for the
looking
year.
at the total budget. I'm sorry. I was
Yes,
looking
would
at the
be,
per person.
instead of $12,000, would be $14,500 for next year. Is that accurate, Dottie?
Yes, that would be accurate.
Okay.
But I think where we might I'm just thinking, putting it in meet and eat is more of a need than putting it in a social. A social, they could disqualify it. Where meet and eat, we're feeding the people of the town. And I think we could justify it more with there than in the senior social. That's just my opinion.
In terms of seeking to get approval.
To get approval, yes.
Okay.
So,
Indicating, so let's talk about meet and eat and senior socials for a moment. Going into next year, talking about things reopening, not knowing exactly the pace at which they're going to be reopening, are we still planning on having $20,500 for the meet and eats? Or 20, I'm sorry, the way the budget ended last year was
it was
27,000.
7,000 originally.
It was 7,000 originally, but if we're going to continue doing the drive-throughs, because we still cannot go back to doing the the bingos the way they used to be, the meet and eats the way they used to be, we adjusted that budget to 27,500 last year.
but I think what she's saying is, we could always move it over like we did this year.
Okay.
So.
Right.
So I think if we just increase it, the meet and eat.
To 9,500.
Yeah,
So,
$2,500, so it would
so
be
in other words, switch it
9,500.
9,500
Right.
And then,
What do you think about that, Willie?
and leave the socials at 12,000.
Yes.
It's to the discretion of the committee. So.
Okay.
So.
you know what, it's better to ask for it and have them say, no, that's too much money. And
That's what I'm
reduce
trying to
it.
say. Once you ask for less, then you never can get more.
Well, nobody's suggesting that we ask for less. At no point has anybody suggested that we ask for less.
Gotta ask for more.
Nobody, I don't think, is suggesting that. So, so if we were to go down this quickly, then do we 2,500 for the freebie next year?
That's what I was trying to
That's
figure
accurate.
out. Do we need more?
Yeah,
Well, if it's-
that
if it's
has to
been
stay there.
prorated,
That can't change.
That's gonna stay there. That's gonna stay the same.
We can't make that more? Shouldn't we ask for like 3,000?
No, 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 no. You don't want to do that.
No? Okay.
What?
Why not?
We don't want to do that. We want to keep it at 2,500 because most of it they do for free. This is us. I don't know. I don't know exactly how they figured this, but that figure we need to leave like it is. Unless the town tells me it should be different, that one we need to leave as it is.
Okay.
All
I
right.
would not add more.
And the Rocksteady boxing,
Now that one we took off.
since we're not.
That one stays.
Well, but it's on here as a proposal for next year. So is that something that we need to adjust
I think we should take it off.
that amount?
Okay,
Because
I have a question for Willie on Rock Steady Boxing. Willie,
Yes, sir.
we had two people trained. We paid for that, correct?
That's correct. That's correct, Alex. And I was about to.
And the equipment we paid for too, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's being housed at Don Shula, right?
Correct. It's being stored at down Shula's gym.
Okay. And did I hear correctly that there weren't many takers when people were asked?
We didn't get to that point.
No, we didn't get there, Alex, yet. We COVID hit and the program wasn't launched. So
Okay. So if we're going to drop this for future reference, we need to find out if there's a demand before we put something like that in, because we laid out some money for nothing.
You could always move it, no?
Wait,
Maybe.
let me ask you a question. Since we've already paid for the equipment and we've already paid for the training, that's what the money was for. Shouldn't we not have to pay it again
In the
this
back,
year? I
too.
mean,
Get
like,
one from
we
the back.
shouldn't need the money.
In other words,
because
what
Shula
would
has
this
them and
expenditure be for?
Right.
If the other purchase,
I don't think there should be. I think going forth, if it starts, correct me if I'm wrong, Willie, that if they charge, I think Miami Lakes residents were going to be free. Anybody coming from any other part of the county or the state or whatever, they would pay a fee and we would get some kind of some money off of that.
yeah, the program was meant to be for our seniors first, complimentary. But to address Alex's point, because Alex has a very good point, we spent that money, and I wouldn't drop it completely. In this is my opinion. Let's test it because we have the equipment.
But wait a minute.
Right.
My point was, and I think and I'm pointing to Ryan. Ryan's point is
Let Willie explain.
No, but go ahead. Go ahead.
Let me just ask our question that we're here, is the budget that we had was to pay for the equipment and to pay for the classes and for the training, and then Shula was gonna give us the rest. In other words, Shula was contributing, their contribution was to give the classes for free. So we've
Miami
already
Lakes
paid
residents.
our part, so Shula now needs to pay their part, so we shouldn't have to pay any money.
Well, there was going to be the idea of it was a partnership, right? So they hired there's hard costs on their end too. They hired the boxing instructor.
Right.
We purchased the training for that staff, or the 2 staff that went, and the equipment that Alex mentioned. The equipment's there, but we're going to have costs on our side. They're providing the shelter, they're providing the liability. So we're going to need some money to launch the program.
Leave that alone.
That
You
would
could
be
always
my
move it
question
later.
is-
It might not be all $2,500, like Lourdes is saying. Maybe, again, it's a
It was
discretion
higher
to
in the
committee.
beginning for the, it would be the equivalent of buying a treadmill. You have a large initial expense, but to leave it
Yeah.
plugged in, you have a low maintenance expense.
Correct, and
We've
to promote
used
it.
this to purchase the equipment and to train the people. There should be a less expense, but I would agree, I would say at this point, nobody's suggesting that we lower the amount. Let's see what that maintenance cost is first.
Yes.
Yes.
To launch the
yes.
program and to maintain the program, leave it at 2,500. And if we don't spend all of it, maybe we can reallocate at that point.
And we could come
Perfect.
back to, yes, and we could come back to the committee and say, look, it's going to cost us $1,000 to relaunch it. Do you guys want to pursue it? We have 10 people signed up. We have to give you guys numbers to be fair, because you're not going to spend money. It's not.
Okay.
Again, to go back to Alex's opinion.
But that was my question,
Right,
was,
right.
Yeah.
what was our deal with Shula?
With Shula's,
Our
how are
deal
they
with
tied in?
Shula's is we pay for the training of these 2 people, and we buy the equipment, and then the rest is on you. Well, then we did our part.
Exactly. And
But what you're saying is, no, we were still going to, there's gonna be additional
Yeah.
expenses.
Right.
And
We
to-
don't know
en-
what those are at
enrollment.
this
We don't
point,
know what those
so
are.
let's
we
leave it
believe,
untouched.
to be honest, it's to rehash, because my memory is, it's been a year and a half, 2 years since we tried to get this off the ground. We believe that other cities around us that don't have this program will come in
Will come.
and offset those fees, correct? So, but the talk from the beginning was for town residents to be complimentary.
Right.
That cannot change, because this is
Right.
money that the committee is investing.
Right, right. And that was my
And,
understanding.
and what Alex said and Lourdes said, we have to provide you information. We can open the program this year if everything, God willing, is well. We can go back to the committee. Look, we have 100 people signed up. Do we pursue?
Right.
And then you guys give us direction.
Okay. So are we all in agreement? The freebie is not being touched, and at this point, the Rocksteady Boxing is not going to be changed.
Yes, that's perfect.
All right. The community forums, we have $1,000 allocated to that. Dottie, is that a number that?
That is about right, because what we usually pay is for the maintenance, getting the room set up and all. Because the people that are sponsoring it, bring in the food and whatever they want, the giveaways and all. Is that right, Willie?
That's correct.
Okay. So that figure's about right.
Okay.
Does anybody have any comments on the community forums?
No.
Okay. Moving along, the health fair, $500.
That is something we usually make a lot of money on. We put $500 in there, but everybody that participates gives us a fee, depending on the size or who they are. And the last one we had, we came out, we did really well with it, right, Willie?
That's correct. We had close to, I know Lourdes was out there with me setting tables up, like 100 tables out there. It's a very successful event. And
It is.
500 is our starting budget.
But so if I'm to understand correctly, there's not a need to ask for more, and to ask for more knowing that we end up making money off of it may likely
Definitely.
not be approved. So 500 is sufficient for us to get going. Is that
I think
accurate?
so.
That sounds good to me,
Okay.
because we usually get the money from other people.
Right. And
Yeah.
I would assume so. Okay, so we'll leave the health fair as is. The meet and eats, just to reiterate what we've already discussed, the budget had been set at 7,000. We're going to increase that to $9,500 based on including a Miami Lakes Senior Day.
Right.
Details of that can be discussed by the Elderly Affairs Committee as far as the lunch and the sponsor and that sort of thing, but that's what the additional $2,500 is for. Is there any additional funds that need to be added to the meet and eats?
It's hard to say because when we were doing the eat and meets when we had, before the COVID, we were only about 80 people, 85 people.
Right.
Right.
Now we're up to 150.
Well,
So I would say, yes, I'd say that would be plenty.
Well, I think that was my question, and Lourdes, you may jump in here, but if we reallocated $27,500 to that last year, and we spent most of that, until things change, I would assume that that number of 150, 160 people is going to remain relatively consistent for the time being. I would say that 7,000 is probably not, or 9,500 is probably not enough.
No, but what we did is we reallocated from our other budget. So
Right, but
that's
if we're,
okay, but my question is, if last year, here's my question, let me just throw another one out there. If we had the 7,000 base, like if everything goes back to normal tomorrow, perfect world, you know, everybody's healthy, they eliminated the COVID, and everything goes back to normal, we used to only have 80 people at the meet and greets, am I correct? So
Yes.
if we're at 150, something
I think it was close to 85, 90. Sometimes we'd hit 100. But see, we weren't feeling, when we go to that, we have to let anybody around. This is not that, if they come from Hialeah, Memorials, PNC, we have to include them.
Right.
And there were at the time a lot of people that came from Hialeah.
Right. So my question is, should we increase it because we expect more people?
that's what I was saying.
No, I thought you meant because of the drive-through, and we're going to continue the drive-through. But let's say that we...
Regardless.
Regardless.
If we're at 160.
If we're at 160, I agree with you. I thought
Yeah,
you meant
no,
if we were gonna do
it was, and I'm sorry, maybe I didn't communicate that actually. Regardless, that number,
should be
if we're, and again, this is discussing the fact that we're going to leave the senior social and the senior field trip, which is a large sum of money we'll get to here in a moment, potentially as is, the meet and eats with the numbers that we're experiencing right now likely will need increased.
Right.
Yes.
We're going to need more money.
It could not. Some of these people maybe that we're feeding now do not like bingo. You don't know it until the time comes.
And
Because my question is, why weren't we feeding these people before? But some of the people I have asked, and they said, well, we just didn't like the bingo. We don't like to go to bingo.
Okay, well,
Well,
honesty
maybe
is a good thing.
But maybe what we could do is, if they didn't like bingo, and we know that there's this need in the community, maybe what we can say is we do a bingo, because we were doing twice a month we were doing the meet and eats now, right? Were we doing the bingo twice a week? And pardon me, I just didn't go to
Twice
bingos.
a month.
Twice a month.
Twice a month? And, I'm sorry, twice a month.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess the other option would be to do a bingo and and just do a drive-through on the other one to feed those that
But we
don't
don't know
wanna
at this point when we can.
And there's no way I'm going to do that. No way. That would be, oh, gosh.
If I may say,
No.
you know, COVID's been a horrible thing we discovered some things that have worked, like the drive-through. So those numbers, like you said, do we increase the meal, the budget for that account? It's something we have to consider because we found things that worked and there's more attendance now.
Right.
I
So-
say we increase it, and if we don't use it for that, we
can
move
reallocate it.
We can
Well,
allocate it for a field trip.
If
or
I can make a
something.
recommendation, let's put a pin in that just for a moment and jump to the larger numbers. Do we reallocate some of the senior social and field trip to the meet and eats, or are we going to ask for?
No, I don't think we should.
So
They
we
really enjoy the socials, and they really enjoy the field trips, and it gets them out. And, you know, I mean, bingo's nice, but, you know, it's nice to get them out of Miami Lakes and.
But one thing I brought, that was a point that I was considering there, the senior field trips. When you take a senior field trip, you can only fit so many people on the bus.
Right.
So you're only helping out, I don't know, I think there was like 30 or 35 the bus held.
And
So only 35 people can go on that.
Was
I'm
that
pretty
previous?
sure.
Was that pre-COVID?
Because I remember we went to, the last one we went to Fort Myers. And I think we did get a bus for 40. But out of all the seniors we got, you're talking only 40 people can go.
Now, those numbers that you're referencing, Dottie, are pre-COVID, 35 to the bus?
Yes, because we have, right, that's the way it's been ever since we started this category.
But when we load a bus with senior citizens for a town event, are they going to be required to sit 6 feet apart?
Well, according to the transportation, I think if transportation is, they didn't say buses, but they said trains and planes, and I think they even mentioned buses in it today.
And that keeps on changing. I think allocate the budget, and when that time comes, those arrangements will be made, if there's arrangements made. Because, the governor
Just
released...
leave it where it is.
Yeah, the governor released a lot of restrictions this week, so it could change, you know.
Yeah.
I can tell you planes don't have the restriction anymore. I just flew last week.
I know buses in Orlando have had the restriction as of maybe a month ago. But I understand the fact that we don't know the future. So the question may be if for some reason that restriction is still there, and again, I'm a budgeting guy and we're looking to increase the numbers, not decrease the numbers. If there's potential to be in a situation where we may need to add another bus in order to accommodate the same number of individuals, if there is spacing to be required, then do we need to increase the budget, even if it's slightly, just to encompass another bus?
And that's a private company, so they might have different thought. You know, maybe they're required, even though the state doesn't require. Maybe they require.
They
that
may
type
have
of
requirements.
Spacing, yeah.
Well, and comfortability of seniors, they may not want to. I mean, Dottie, you know the seniors much better than I do. In terms of which ones are going to insist on versus being comfortable.
And the $6,000, we did 2 field trips. So we just could cut it down to 1. We went to Fort Myers, and then we did the one over to the, Miami Beach.
Dali?
Yeah.
The Dali Museum?
No. This was a hotel over there that they could walk there was a place for them to eat outside. They walked the beach. Some of them went swimming.
That was in Fort Lauderdale, I believe.
Yeah, the Parrot, the one by, what's his name?
Margaritaville.
Margaritaville. That was it. That was it.
And Ryan, just to remind, we started. I know we started late, but the next meeting is they're logging in. I can give you guys to 8:40. It was a 10-minute.
That's fair.
So we can get them.
So to keep this moving along, then Dottie, what you're suggesting, at least for the sakes of our budget, is to leave it at 6,000 and maybe initially plan a single field trip
instead of 2
for that. And if we do have monies left over, then we could potentially look at the option of adding an additional field trip.
Correct.
Is that a fair? Okay. And the 12,000 for the senior social, then?
I'd leave it the way it is.
Leave it the way it is.
Dottie, everything has gone up.
Okay, I think we should vote on this now.
Yes, I agree.
Well, we haven't decided how much to increase the meet and eats yet. And Lourdes, in addition to that, had just recommended that we increase the senior social based on the price of things in general going up.
Right. Everything has gone up.
Yes, increase it.
By how much?
1,000.
I don't know, we even have more seniors, like we were saying, so if we have more seniors, more are gonna show up to the socials.
By how much?
At least 1,000.
Dottie, at the beginning last year, you had 80-something, right? Now you have 158, no?
Something,
That was
yeah,
for
close to that.
the meet and
That's close.
The senior socials, we were getting 160. Do we expect an increase in that as well?
That's like 80 more people.
Yeah,
At
definitely.
least.
I would
I don't
say maybe
At
2,000.
least 1,500 between the food and what you spend on them.
So
At
so
$10
I heard-
each, I don't know.
I heard 2,000 and 1,500. Do we want to increase to 13,500 or 14,000?
Let's go
14,000.
14.
All right, that's what I was going to say. I just want to make sure everybody's on the same page. I would recommend the 14,000. If they want to go down, then we can always decrease.
Right.
Right.
But we'll ask for 14,000 for the senior socials, leaving the senior field trips as is. The question then remains, how much are we going to increase the meet and eats by in order to accommodate nearly double the amount of attendees?
Right.
Let's see.
Would we double the original amount of 7,000 to 14,000? Would that be reasonable?
You think
I think we're reaching for the stars there. We still got
Well,
the
I agree.
$1,000 for the senior ID card.
Yeah, but he is right. You're doubling your seniors this year.
Oh, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Put 14,000 in.
The most they could do
I
is
don't
tell
think
you
it's going
no.
to get approved, but you're right.
Well, I mean, we definitely can show that we've
And we
doubled
could
the amount
use
of
1,000 of that for the,
So we were talking, so in that case, if we
I
were
would-
to ask for that, it would be 14,000 plus the 2,500 for the senior day. It would be a total of 16,000.
I think we should just do it 14,000.
Do 14 and leave it as is.
What do you think?
Right.
What do you think, Dottie?
14,000.
Yeah. And that will include the senior day.
And so the
That would
only,
include what?
the senior day
Okay, the senior day will be 14, right?
would be part of that,
Yes.
would
Will
be
be part of that
included into that 14,000.
We've
for
only
the
got
meet
2
and
more
eats.
minutes, so.
Yep.
Okay.
So the only
And-
thing, the only actual line item that we're adding then is the $1,000 for the Miami Lakes ID card.
Correct.
All numbers are staying the same with the exception of the senior socials. We're asking for an additional $2,000 and the meet and eats will ask for an additional 7,000.
Correct.
No.
Perfect.
Senior socials, yes. You're right. I apologize.
Okay.
I just did the.
Now we can vote, Alex.
Okay, do it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, seeing none?
Okay.
So-
Thank you all for coming and
Wait, we got-
discussing
You're
this.
welcome. Have a great day.
Wait, we got to call for
Good
adjournment.
night, everybody.
Adjournment.
So do I have somebody in a motion for adjournment?
I motion to
Motion
adjourn.
to adjourn.
Second.
And Ryan?
At 8:38. Got it. We're adjourned.
Ryan, would you get your meeting for the last meeting to Willie because it's due on Monday?
Yes, I will. I
Thank
believe
you.
I sent it same day, Willie.
Bye, you all.
Bye.
Bye. Do you want your pen back? Okay. No, I don't blame you. Is that George on the screen? Yes, George is there. Hey, George. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you guys for your patience.
We're supposed to be 7 o'clock, but they keep on moving us to that.
Yeah.
We were supposed to be 8 a.m. We used to be 8 a.m. So pre-COVID.
And our agenda was on page 43. Bye. Look how pretty. Are they going to be able to see them? Raul Gastes, Stacy. Oh, I see. They each have.
Hello.
Hello.
All right, let's get started. Y'all started yet?
We're here, ready to start.
All right, where's Esther?
Where's Esther, please?
Neil, Neil,
Hello?
I'm right here, Neil, and Suzanne is right
Okay.
next to me.
Proceed.
We ready? I'm waiting for Willie. Ready?
You can start, Esther. You can open the meeting.
Good evening. It's Wednesday, May 13. The Culture Affairs Committee, Pride Event Subcommittee, call meeting to order. Present is Suzanne Chapani, Neil Rogers.
Robinson.
I'm sorry, Neil.
Robinson.
I know, you know me. It's already 8:30. Neil Robinson, Charles James, George Lago, Paul Crespo, Maria Maderos, Louis Goyaso, and our liaison, Willing Chances. Are there any public comments at this time? Willie, could you please help me out?
I do not see any public comments, unless anybody who's online now would like to speak.
Is anybody online would like to make any public comments?
This is Luis Colazo. I'm just here to listen.
No public comments, Louis?
No, I'm just going to be listening only. And I wanted to thank the committee for the Mother's Paint a Picture for Mom event. It was great. And just here for listen only. So appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any additions or deletions to the agenda? Neil or George or Charles?
No.
We're going to start with old business, the Pride Month budget, the proposed budget. When we spoke about it, we're requesting the $750 as an administrative transfer. We have a sponsorship report, and when you look at the new business items.
Hold on. Under the budget request for the administrative transfer, we can't do over $700 administratively.
That's what we said. We're not going to ask for more than $750. We will look for sponsorships. Hopefully you.
But I'm suggesting to you, simply say that we're going to do $700 transfer, administrative transfer, because when you say $750 administratively, that's not correct, because then I have to go to the council and ask for an additional $50.
Mr. Robinson, it's okay. $700 it is. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
The new business, the Main Street rainbow flag banners and circle tree lighting. Andrea Riccici and the Graham family. I don't know if Willie has a report from them, and I don't see them online. They will be taking care of all those expenses and sponsor that entire event. Willie, do you have any feedback on that?
Well, my conversation with Andrea, they're supportive of the event, and we didn't go in details like you laid out here, but they're in support.
Right, so it will be the Main Street rainbow flags, banners, and the circle tree lighting. If you've noticed that the Pride event proposed date is June 26th. It is a Saturday, and we're trying to do it after the Father's Day event. The next new business item under the agenda is the Farmers Market booth, 10th Marketplace, and the reason
Madam Chair, I hate to interrupt you. What is going to be the Pride Month event? I know the date is June 26th. What are we going to do on that day? May I ask, please?
Did you not get the attachment to the agenda that says Pride Day? There's two attachments, the Pride Awareness Campaign at the Farmers Market from 10 to 12, and then the Meet with Pride from 7 to 9 at the hotel's Deck Tennis and Courtyard Lagoon venue. You did not get those attachments, Mr. Chair?
I did not.
Neil, I'm going to resend it now so it's fresh in the email.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, send it to me too, Willie.
Yes, sir.
So the first proposed event would be the Farmers Market booth 10th. We did contact F Pride, the South Florida chapter, and they will be present, and they will be distributing awareness literature. I also spoke with Florida Advocacy and Florida Equality in the state of Florida, out of Tallahassee, and they will be sending us brochures for awareness campaign. Any and all expenses will be covered by donations via Paul Crespo, myself, and Suzanne Shapani. I will turn it over to Suzanne because she will tell you what we're thinking of doing or proposing to do at the awareness event. Suzanne?
Thank you, Esther, and good evening to everyone. First of all, I'd also like to add that I contacted the LGBT National Help Center, and they also were very excited about sending us printed material and resources that we could have at the tent or booth to raise awareness. As far as the actual event at the farmers market, I don't know if you can see this, but we've got these beautiful little pinwheels. They're multicolored and they'll be available. These are all freebies for people passing by and stopping by our booth, our tent. Also, we've got these beautiful multicolored, rainbow-colored little pouches, and they're filled with all kinds of goodies, pencils, lollipops, hand sanitizer, masks, all kinds of things. So we'll have those available as well. Can you see any of this?
No.
Neil, can you see them? James, can you see them?
No.
Oh, I can't see them either.
No.
I can see you raising up something, but I can't make out what it is.
Let me see.
Oh, there we go.
Okay. Okay.
Great.
Case pouches. Oh, thank you. I think I'm picking up. Okay, all rainbow colors. And then I think I mentioned what they're going to have inside. The pencils, erasers, N95 masks, hand sanitizer, and lollipops. Okay? And these are all,
Great.
these have all been donated and will be organized. Thank you, Willie.
Oh, okay, we're gonna give those out on Saturday morning, and we also gonna have some for Saturday night. In here.
Yes, these should be available for both events.
Okay. All
But
right.
they're really, the focus is getting them out to the people passing by the booth at the farmer's market, because there's something a little different for the evening activity. Now, there's also going to be a beautiful banner that will be next to our booth, and I think that in the attachment, you were able to take a look at 3 different choices.
Neil, did you get the email? Charles, did you get the email? George, did you get the
George, did
email?
you-
No.
With the proposed, all the proposed literature and invitations and banners?
There's 3 different banners that we could, all of them are for, without cost.
And I'd like to thank Maria Maderos, as she did help us with the invite for the meet with Pride.
Has anybody zooming in seen them? Because we have hard copies here.
I do have a copy of the email now I'm looking at
Okay, great.
with the Pride event proposed. There we go. I got it now. Thank you.
Right, yeah, I got that too.
Oh, great. So, oops. Okay, also in addition, we have face painting. It will be available for people stopping by. And we've got some volunteers who are willing to do the face painting and provide the paint.
Susana, could you detail the event cycle, how it's going to work, the morning event, the night event? Is there 2 separate events, or are there going to
Two
be all?
separate events. This is just for the farmer's market now. I'm talking about the farmer's market.
We're talking about the awareness event from 10 to 12?
From
Okay.
10 to 12.
Willie, before
For
we-
those online, so there's going to be an event at the farmers market from 10 to 12, and then the tree lighting ceremony.
we're waiting for the time from Andrea,
Okay,
and then the Meet with Pride from 7 to 9.
7 and 9, and that will be also in Main Street.
No, that would be at the atrium at Shula's.
Okay.
Because they will be offering light bites, non-alcoholic beverages, and a cash bar. All the documents are attached. I provided everything for you. The only thing I needed to ask you, Willie, was that I know at one time we've gone to events and we've had those carts where they had the push pops, ice creams, ice pops, or the ices, you know, little cart, the little man.
Oh,
who's-
a vendor. Ice.
Right, or, yeah, they have push pops, they have, and we've had them before when we had the ice cream socials. I'd like to know if you can contact with one of those.
I'll look into it. The vendor.
I know my son and I are also he's gonna contribute the waters and we're gonna bring the coolers, because we have to have water, because it's gonna be hot.
Okay.
Then Neil, this is a question I have for you. Did you see the banners?
Yes, they're great looking.
Right, but.
I'm looking at them now.
Okay, but I know that you're a little bit picky on this stuff. So the third one has 2 spaces for names. You see it?
Yeah.
Okay, so the first and the second could probably be sponsored. The third one, if you want to have, and I guess Willie would have to tell us, if you want to have the CAC logo, if you want to have any kind of artwork, then we would have to pay for it. They will not sponsor that.
The artwork on the shirts.
No, we're not the banners.
We're talking
On the
about
banners.
the banners.
On the banner.
And
Okay.
I know that's why I'm asking Neil, because Neil always likes. And then
I'd like to
again-
have CAC, our logo on there, if we could put it on there somewhere.
Would
Is there a fee for that?
Would you be willing to sponsor the banner?
Well, what is the $700 gonna cover?
The event at Shula's. And any difference, anything over the $700, Suzanne and I have agreed to split the cost as a sponsor to the event.
Okay.
So
Let me be clear on what I understand you saying. On this banner, in the third position there, if we wanted to have CAC's logo there, there would be a charge for that? Is that what I understand?
Yes, so you could probably get a.
How much?
I didn't get to that far, so we can get a retractable banner for about $100, and then we'd have to ask for the price of any kind of a logo. I don't know what logo you want, what the town will provide. That's the problem. We need to know what the logo is so they know what the graphics are.
The logo would be CAC,
Right, but
the Cultural Affairs Committee, the Town of Miami Lakes and its Cultural Affairs Committee. That our logo is. You don't remember seeing it that much?
So Willie, when we do banners, I know that we do already have one that we'll be able to use as a tablecloth, but this is a stand-up retractable banner. Do you know how much I know you've done banners before for other events and for other committees.
For the cost of a retractable banner?
Yeah, so what would that cost us with, you see the number 3, as long as you have the graphics that Neil Robinson would like, as a chair, he always likes to have our name up in front.
We're looking at page 3?
Yes, sir. The
I
last
see.
one.
Okay, yes.
He likes the last one on the bottom.
I will have to price it out. I have paid in the past. This is pre-COVID. I haven't made one in a while. About $180 to $200 is the retractable.
That's kind of high. I have a retractable from the Zonta Club, and I only paid $125 for it.
Yeah, well, we can price it out. That, I'm telling you what I paid in the past. But yeah, and depends the size too.
Okay. Well, Suzanne
this
and
is
I
for
are
the-
willing to sponsor anything over at the Zonta Club, anything over the 700. Me and her will share the expense.
And Esther, this is going to be placed in the atrium in the
Well,
hotel?
we'd like to take it to the farmer's market
Farmers market?
because it is Culture Affairs, Town of Miami Lakes. I think anywhere we go and do an event, we need to take it with us. Chair, Charles,
Yeah.
George, we always
And-
have to take it with us. It's all about us, the town, the pride, right?
But I don't think we need to bother the $700 for that, because we're going to have some kind of entertainment. We need to talk about that. I guess we're going to talk about that a little later.
Right, that's down on the,
Okay.
that's under the Charles and under the George category.
I was gonna mention something about that, but proceed.
That's at the end. So, we're up to the Pride stand-up banner. The events T-shirt, Suzanne will give you a take on that.
Okay, as far as the T-shirts, Willie was kind enough to give us some quotes on T-shirts, and if we went for, say, a total of 24 T-shirts, it was going to cost close to $500. So
Ooh, that's too much.
that's, yeah, right. And then who would get them, and then, who would wear them? So we were thinking that everybody could just purchase their own shirt. I went online and looked at Walmart. They've got beautiful variety of shirts that some have simple slogans, some have no slogans at all, but just have a pretty rainbow picture on them, a heart, a flag, and they range from $11 to $15. Very inexpensive.
Right.
And then this way, everybody could just choose if they wanted to wear one. They could wear one to the farmer's market as well as that evening.
And this is off the Walmart website, you said?
The Walmart
There's in Walmart,
website.
there's in Target, they're in
Yeah.
Amazon.
Okay.
Everywhere you go, they range from $11 to $15.
So,
Yeah.
very
I saw
inexpensive.
some last night.
So everybody could just purchase their own, and we would be very colorful and diverse.
If you noticed at the Pride with the Meet with the Pride event,
At the Meet with the Pride event, it says wear jeans and a top that expresses your inner color.
so,
So it's kind of, everybody original.
right, you can
We're
wear,
not-
the colorful,
uniform.
shirt that you like to wear.
Right.
And if you look at the invite, you'll see it says Meet with Pride. Please wear jeans and top that express your inner color. If you look at it, that was the invite that was done by Maria Medeiros and her daughter. She facilitated that. Thank you, Maria.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, Maria. How are you? Welcome.
I'm good. Well, I'm super excited about this, and I definitely will support. So count me in, ladies, for whatever you need for the farmers market and the evening. And also, in regards to the banner, go ahead and I'll have my company go ahead and donate for that banner, really.
Thank you, Maria. I just noticed that Paul woke
Thank
up.
you.
Thank you so very much. That is so great of you. Thank you.
I just,
So Willie,
Absolutely.
just get out, just make sure our logo is on the banner somewhere, please.
Absolutely.
we'll get the graphics.
Thank you.
We'll get the graphics from Willie. I also noticed that Paul Cressmo, my son is on. My son is the one who's donating all the colorful handouts, all the contents inside, and we'll be taking care of the beverages at the farmer's market. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you.
Thank you so
Thanks.
much, everyone.
And I think Maria wanted to say something. Maria, go ahead. I know you were.
Maria's going to sponsor the banner.
No, yeah, Willie, just let me know, and then I'm going to sponsor the banner. I think what the Culture Affairs and, and Esther and all of you are doing, I think it's great. I think it's awesome to, give to the community awareness. So definitely I'm behind you guys 100%. So count me in. So Willie, you let me know.
And Maria, you'll probably share the expense with somebody else because there was somebody else who was willing to sponsor a portion of that too. Thank you, Maria.
Well, whatever it is, then I'll donate it to you guys. So whatever,
to the
to help
town.
you out more with the drinks and stuff.
Thank you, Maria. The next event
You're
is
welcome.
the communication. Willie, can you give us some information about that?
In regards to communication, promoting the event? Is that,
Well, it says communication town, Facebook neighborhood. I put Brandon,
Yep.
but Brandon's not here, so you're gonna be Brandon for
yeah,
today.
so traditionally we have, Brandon runs an organic campaign for any event. So it wouldn't change, that'd be the same premise. Unless you want to put money behind the campaign, that'll be another
No,
consideration.
I think that the town, this is the first time the town is doing this. We are absorbing a lot of the sponsorship costs, not only personally as committee members, but as residents of the town. And I think after this event, we have 3 outside agencies that are willing to come out and do some awareness for the town. After this event, then I guess we just have to have a budget, a reasonable budget, so we can proceed forward. It's our first time. Let's try to do the best that we can. Let's not, upset the
Definitely.
apple cart. I've been trying to do this for 20 years. I'm a 28-year resident.
Wow.
So it's little baby steps.
So yes, traditionally, let's go back to the campaign, Facebook, LinkedIn.
Right.
And
I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah,
that-
that's Brandon and Elizabeth with the flyer design, and obviously the approval from our director, Claire. So
We also like to make sure that while we're doing the awareness campaign, that we give the recognition that the Live 5, how you do for other events, at the meet and greet, Meet with Pride event, that you also have someone there, so they can do that also.
So
We'd
we're
like
talking
to
about
be able to be there as committee members, but we don't want to be responsible for having our phones taking pictures. That's all we're saying. We'd like to have the liaison on the town, whether it's you, whether it's,
you're talking about elected official, or you want?
no, I'm talking about the same way that you take
the
pictures
Facebook
for
Live.
other events, that we have pictures for both events. And then as far as the evening event, George and Charles, can you help us out on that, please?
Yeah, I talked to, I have our director that runs the theater. He's very big with the,
Charles, Charles, I think you're mute.
Charles, can you unmute, please?
Charles, we can't hear you.
George, can you hear us?
Yes.
Can you give us your take on this?
okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so what I was thinking is we need some kind of entertainment. Out of the box, I was thinking of something like a lip syncing contest of some music, and have some
Light jazz.
have some Pride volunteers, and then if we didn't have that, we would take some people from the audience. We'd open up just like we do our regular shows, give kind of a little small briefing about what we're doing. If the mayor's there at that time, we would have him to say a few words, and then we'd get into the entertainment, go maybe 45 minutes or so, and then have a little intermission. And during the intermission, if the council members are there, we'd have them to come up, introduce themselves, also introduce all our council members, and then we'll kind of just close it out with the second half of some of the same thing.
Okay, and you'll take care of the entertainment side of it?
Yeah, he's very excited about it. He knows everybody in Wilton Manor, and so I think it will wind up being, what I would like to do, Esther, is after this, and after he calls me back next week, he just wanted the time and the date. So I'm gonna text that to him, and then maybe George and you and I can talk to him, so we'll know, what he's able to come up with. But he's pretty sure that he can have enough entertainment to take care of that time.
Okay, George, any input I mean, I'm sure you
Charles
can work
beat
with
me to it.
Charles.
He beat me to it.
But you can work with Charles, that's why we're a committee.
That's great. I mean, what I had in mind, I noticed there was light music in the program. When you say light music, what are we referring to?
light
Just
music,
some,
jazz,
a
some kind of
DJ or somebody?
I think we could start the beginning just like we do our concert and have a DJ there to play.
Okay.
Oh, Charles, you went silent again.
Well, because George does
Okay,
DJ stuff.
let me
Go ahead,
Okay.
George.
I can, assist in providing a DJ there for the event, for the 2 hours, okay? No charge. I'll make arrangements with him
You guys are the best.
and coordinate with him, and that way he can also provide also some light music as well as part of the evening program. So that way, we can all, work in conjunction with what Charles had just brought up and add a little, some music, DJ, soft music, for the 2 hour span during the evening.
So we're
Now,
talking about
when I
from
talk-
7
when I-
p.m. to 9, is that correct?
7 to 9, correct?
Yeah, 7 to 9.
Okay.
Now,
And
when I talk to my contact, I'll see if he has some special guest that we might have to give him a couple bucks. But I will relate that too. We have, I think, with all the volunteer that people have done, that 700 should be more than enough to cover it. Probably less than that. But once I text him tonight, and he'll probably talk to me Monday or Tuesday, and then we can get together with the two of you, and we can kind of lay the program out, basically in general, what we want to do, and then okay, this group is going to come in and they want $100 or they want $50, and then we can have that figured out.
James, let's clarify, the $700 that's in the budget is going to be for the light bites at the event.
Oh, the whole 700?
Yes, and then any difference over the 700, Susanna and I, as committee members, are going to share the difference, if there is any, because I haven't gotten the full budget from. It all depends on how many people attend. So
Yeah.
Susanna and I have already committed that anything over 700, we will both share as our sponsorship toward this event, hoping that everybody would sponsor something from this event.
Okay, well, let me see how much he is, who he's contacting and how much they want. I'm pretty sure a lot of them are going to volunteer because they like to do that anyway. They're big on entertaining. So I will find out what kind of change he needs to take care of the entertainment part.
Right, and then at least George said that he would, that part he would take care of. He would sponsor that part. That would not be of any cost to the committee either.
Correct, for a DJ.
Thank you, George. Thank
Yeah,
you.
for the DJ, yeah.
Right, so that there will be no cost incurred for that.
Right.
I'll deal with that.
Thank you, George.
I got
And
that.
anything outside of a DJ, when I talk to him, I'll work that out with him.
Thank you, Charles.
Okay.
May I interject for your consideration, George, is the DJ that you choose to do this, I think we need some up-tempo music as well, so this will be a festive evening. Because we're going to be out, and I just think it will add so much to the event if it's really upbeat music that your DJ provides. Not something that's too laid back that people just sitting around looking, but we want it to be a festive evening as well. And Charles, you're saying you're going to look at somebody who also can do something. So
Right, yeah.
I would suggest that you consider that.
Yeah, well, that's an upbeat group from beginning. Even if the music is not right, they'll make it upbeat.
Right.
Yeah.
That's good to know. That's good to know because I noticed it's that light music and I was thinking something mellow, soft,
No, we
something like that.
wanna
If you want it live and with all the,
George, what I meant was no rock
we can
and
make
roll.
it happen.
Okay, let me ask, with the DJ, would we have enough time to do a karaoke, in between with his mic and stuff? How much does that, I've seen the people in the nightclubs have it, but I don't know, they bring the songs with them and they give you a mic and they got it on a little screen. If that's not, do you think that would be too much?
Not really. I think it's just a matter of, coordinating it with him in
Yeah.
advance. And I'm sure that there shouldn't be any,
Yeah, if he has some, they
Right.
run the words on a little screen.
Correct.
Listen,
Correct.
and then the people get that with a mic, and some of them think they can sing, and some of them can't.
Right.
But we could fill in some of that time,
Okay, sounds good.
and then
Okay.
I'll see what special my guy's gonna do once I give him the date and the time. I love the 26th. It's amazing because I have something the other 3 weekends. 26 is great for me.
Correct. Yeah, sounds like a
Is Paul
plan.
still there? Is Paul still with us?
Paul, are you still there?
Paul, would you like to share with us or have any input?
No, I am. Can you hear me? I am. I'm sorry. Let me lower down the TV. I've been listening the whole time. I'm very impressed. I had no idea so much was organized. Esther is my mother, so yeah, no, I'm very impressed. I'm listening to you guys, and I'm here to help as any way I can, and just let me know. I'm very impressed how much you guys have thought through this for real.
We're very, very excited.
Thanks for your help.
So I'm looking forward to dancing and maybe some karaoke as well, I guess.
Yes.
Sounds like a lot of fun.
Willie, we expect you there.
So we're gonna be under the A train in the Shoeless Hotel, correct?
Right, so I will be contacting Shula's Hotel to
Yep.
see if we can add an hour, because if James and Dave and George now are proposing karaoke, I guess we have to ask for another hour.
So 7 to 10.
Listen, they know more than I do.
Of course. No.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
I'm not a partier, so,
Mm-hmm.
okay.
George, do you think we can get the DJ for the 3 hours?
So it will be in the lobby area and also outside at the atrium, right?
Right now, they committed to the atrium, but
Okay.
I will contact them. Are you thinking?
Okay.
Because
No, I think the atrium will be. I think that'll be fun. I
Right,
think that'll be
because
fine.
remember,
I
it's
don't think you need to be inside.
yeah, it's the atrium and it's the hotel deck terrace. Remember that hole by the Laguna, and then they have that tent. So it's a kind of pretty big area.
It's actually a beautiful location.
Right, it's a beautiful location.
As far as all the coordinating and making all the necessary arrangements, who's the contact, the point of contact there at the atrium in case, I make arrangements and I want, bring over the DJ so we can just do a walkthrough or
Dave,
something
if
to
you-
that effect.
George, if you can get together with me, I can walk over with you to Shula's. I've been making my pit stops there almost every day.
Okay,
I've also been, in contact with the Grahams because
Okay.
they're doing a big sponsorship to this event.
okay.
And Susan's been very helpful in contacting the organizations. So we've tried to been really proactive to try to make our first event a great success, and next year might be bigger.
Perfect. Yeah, this is just a start, so bigger, better things to come.
Absolutely.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question, please?
Of course.
Again, just for clarity, are we saying now that we're going to go from 7 to 10 as opposed to 7 to 9?
If they want to add the karaoke component, yes, and then I'd have to contact the hotel. And they're open till 10 anyway right now because they just got the extension of the hour.
Okay, I just want to be clear in my own mind if it's going to be from 7 to 10 or 7 to 9. So
You want it from
it
6?
sounds very exciting. That'll be a lot of fun that evening. And we're looking forward to it. And I certainly agree with you, Madam Chair, that since this is the first year, you know, we start out and we're setting the tone of what we can do in the future. We can always expand it and have a bigger event the next year and the following year, and each year can get bigger and better. So I really am very pleased with what you all have laid out, and I look forward to this being brought before the full committee on the 24th. Is that right, Willie? May 24th?
That's correct, sir.
And we will ask the committee to approve your recommendation for the Pride Month, and we look forward to it. So it sounds really, really exciting. Thank you.
Do all the members please make sure you bring your extra documentation that was sent, reference the pictures, you know, the organizations that are going to be there to support the awareness, the Pride with Event invite, you know, just so everybody sees the information we shared with you.
So,
Thank you. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, just for clarification, so the morning event at the farmers market is to bring awareness to the event at night? Is that?
It's, look what it's called.
Yep.
It's a Pride Awareness Campaign.
Okay.
So we're asking for the tent to table. This is town property, so we're assuming since the town has approved the event that the town will provide this for us. The town always has that big water cooler that they bring, that big, you know, that big major water cooler, and there we'll throw the waters in. And then
Okay.
the only thing I'm asking you, if you can please find out who the individual is who has the ice cream cart, and we will be looking for the volunteer for the painting, the face painting. And all these things will be, all these little goodie bags that you're seeing, they're all rainbow colors. Anything that's over from the awareness, we will bring over to the night event.
Painting, okay. It's just for clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair.
No, I appreciate all the help you've given us, Willie. And I also appreciate, and everybody, when you see the the Graham family, or when you see Andrea, please give a big shout out. She has been tremendously helpful in this event. Thank you, everyone. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Maria. And
Great
Will
job,
for
Chair.
joining us. Thank you.
Thank you all so very much. This is a great event. Thank you.
Thank you.
Look forward to seeing you all on the 24th
Thank
so that
you.
we can ratify this, okay?
Thank you.
Bye, everyone. Good
All right,
night.
good
Bye,
night.
Maria.
Thank you.
Good night, good night,
Maria.
good night.
Great evening.
Good meeting, good
Bye-bye.
meeting.
All right.
I did connect with Diego over there, right? The guy who runs the farm market. I connected you or no? That